Huzzah! All right. Last time on No Strings Attached, shopping hell ensued as our heroes were victorious against their last titanic foe. However, as Az's condition worsened, the party decided that they needed to power up and get off to Vimderal to meet up with one of Sal's closest companions, a grand wizard by the name of Cesarite. Meanwhile, away in the villages of Vimderal, a tiefling named Esther had made friends with a small orcish child named Rogan. After teaching him the magics and finding out of his affinity to bardic styles, her and the party had met up. Seeing as in sorry condition, Esther decided to join them as they went into the mines of Vimderal. Will our hero survive and save the poor child? Find out this episode of No Strings Attached. All right.
Yay.
Yahoo!
So it begins. The party goes through pretty sizable caverns, in all honesty, wide enough to accommodate all of you. The ceiling is a bit low, so those who are taller might have to duck. But regardless, you all manage to continue through caverns. Unlike those of the Outlands, these caves are a lot more artificial, it seems. Everyone can tell that these have been bored through by not a sand snatcher using its saliva to harden the sand around it, but dwarves, orcs, Goliaths. Not necessarily Goliaths, but dwarves and orcs mostly, toiling away underground for hours on end. It's a bit claustrophobic, but otherwise, it's where you guys are.
I think Ants like kind of touches the stone. It reminds him a lot of the Sand Snatchers. So he just kind of like runs his hand across the wall as they're like walking through.
Absolutely.
I'm admiring the architecture of their supports. I'm doing that.
Kind of just checking my nails, making sure that they're not cracked.
Oh, of course, Luca.
Of course, that sounds like something Luca would be doing.
Sal is carrying his grandson.
I would say Valen is looking a little distracted as she's like just walking and looking at the walls, kind
Velen,
of twiddling with her hands.
of course. I'll say that the architecture, or just like the cave system, reminds you of your time in the Underdark. However,
Yeah.
eventually, the faint sounds of tink, 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 mining, is sort of drowned out as you see a wooden sign written in Dwarvish. Does anybody here have that language?
Let me go look. Actually,
I'm gonna
been a
throw something
while.
out, but I'm
Also,
gonna
it's
double check
Dwarvish or
anyway.
Orcish, so either one.
I in fact have Dwarvish.
Great.
I in fact do.
That's crazy.
Amdar, you read the Dwarvish text. It says, "Travelers beware. Main mining systems branched off. Tread carefully. Vimderal. 10 or so miles."
I'm gonna look at Esther and the others. Is this supposed to be the way to where we're supposed to be going?
I believe so, yes.
Well, right, Crow. It said not the main path, right? Or I'm just checking here.
It just said that
Like-
mining, like the mine shaft, sort of splits off from here. but if you follow down this road, you'll get to Vimdural.
Well,
It's basically like
yes,
be careful because you won't have like other people around you unless you travel in a group.
we'll be fine, probably. Hopefully.
Assuredly.
Speaking of which,
Foreshadowing.
Do you think I could like maybe roll history to try and think about like just in general, what are some general monsters that could like appear in caves and such?
Oh,
Not this
absolutely.
specific one. I don't think she would have researched that. Just general monsters that would appear in caves.
Yeah, roll history for me.
Ooh.
That is 19.
Cave monsters are typically they can be threats. So, you know from your experiences and your research that monsters that appear in caves are, well, one to definitely keep an eye out for is piercers and their what is it? Sorry, their matured form, the roper. They're these slug-like um bugs that sort of cling to the ceiling of caves and look like them and their, matured form, the roper, looks like stalagmites and stalactites. What they do is when they see prey, they will fall from the ceiling and basically bludgeon them and then, consume their prey and hopefully mature into a roper.
Mm-hmm.
You
I
know
would
that.
like to share this information with the party because I'm sorry, I just interrupted you. My
No,
apologies.
it's okay. I was just going to continue on to say that you also know that very rarely titanic monsters known as purple worms burrow through the deep, deep depths of the Underdark, creating massive tunnelways. However, they are so rare, in fact, that they do not typically pose a threat to adventurers. Um,
Mhm.
Additionally, rust monsters typically plague the inside of caverns, as well as unkhegs, these giant ant-looking creatures.
Oh, dang it.
Ants. I sure do wonder. Look, the ants.
Hmm?
Anyway,
Oh, no, I said that out of character.
I know. I also said that out of character. I was making
Oh,
a
wait.
joke.
Oh, okay. I'll be honest, I didn't hear what you said at all. I
But
heard
yeah,
ants.
Oh. Yeah, I definitely like to tell the party about like the slugs on the ceiling. I feel like we should at least have a few people watching the ceiling while we watch the rest. I feel like that would be a good idea, maybe.
Hmm. Yeah,
Um,
of course.
that
We're not
is
trying
a
to
good
get
idea.
dumb.
That is a good idea, Esther. That is.
Hmm.
Proceeds to start scanning ceiling.
Oh,
All right. It would be in here, would it? No, it would not. Okay. So yeah, keep watch of the ceiling as you guys continue on forward. All right. Where the hell did this go?
I
I'd
have
spent
a
so much
question.
time writing. Yes?
Um, can I please do? Well, okay. Let me like roleplay.
Here it is.
Viola is gonna kind of, I don't know like what the walking order is, but she's gonna kind of sideline to Sal and Az and ask Sal, like, I would like to check on Az's status if that's alright.
Oh, yes, of course. By all means.
So, may I perform a medicine check?
Absolutely.
Okay. Tee-hee.
Roll me a medicine check.
That's a 23.
A 20. Dang. Okay.
Oh yeah.
18 plus 5.
You can see that as his breathing has become ragged, he.
That's not.
Oh yeah. Um. He is getting worse.
Oh.
Um. But it's not progressing too far to the point where you know it will be untreatable. He's
Okay.
not dying, but he certainly isn't looking good.
He's just
He's
comatose,
not
guy.
like stabilizing
Yeah.
necessarily.
As
Okay.
the party continues, um, you see a small group of dwarves are swinging away with pickaxes. One of them is like, "I can't believe you convinced us to go down this deep." The other one says, "Oh, shut your trap. We're gonna find gems here, and I know it." Are you guys going to approach it all?
You know,
I would.
Yeah.
Oh, I would like to approach them.
yeah. So I'm gonna walk up, see how they're doing.
Sure.
You said gems?
Oh yeah. I have a feeling in me gut, and he like slams his stomach, that there be gems down this vein. I guarantee it. There'll be so many gems I can pass out. And he's like counting on his fingers. At least 5 to every citizen of Imderol. Every single one of them.
Well, me oh my.
Hmm?
Um,
Speaking.
What was that?
where did you? Hmm?
Yeah.
Sorry. What was
Didn't
that,
quite hear
Xavier?
that.
Oh, well, me oh my.
I see. Yep. As a matter of fact, I reckon if we keep working at this, we'll be able to make it back to the city and, well, hand over our goods.
Bro, bro, I got a question. Are they like pointing towards a wall to start digging, or are they already going down like an established like tunnel?
They're basically just like creating their own tunnel to dig through.
Uh, oh.
And
Oh, wait, that reminds me.
as they pick up their pickaxes and begin to like clank, ants, that clanking noise, it reminds you. It reminds you of Rolnos. It reminds you of the Sand Snatchers. It reminds you of the Gnolls, and it reminds you of all of that. They talk about Vimderol and how many gems they're gonna find, and the thought of a city that large, all those crowding people, you feel like you might be in over your head a little.
I feel like, yeah, Ants sort of stands there, and I think he comes to this sort of quiet realization that the that Ralnos was really the first time in years that he could remember like working towards something constructive rather than this sort of his like sort of single-minded goal of bringing like down the people who destroyed his village. And I think that he realizes that he is not
Mm-hmm.
ready. He can't really bring himself, he like this act of like just this, like these people, like they live there, like what would he be doing if he did that? I don't
Mm-hmm.
think he's ever realized the ramifications of what it would bring, and this is the first time he sort of considered it.
Yeah.
Um,
I
I have a
mean,
heavy weight on my
moreover,
chest.
and moreover, he looks at like Az and Doll like, what would happen if he did that while they're like in that state? Like, how, like, he's essentially playing with Az's life,
mm-hmm.
and he comes to this realization that he should not be here. He's not ready. And I think he just kind of stops walking as everybody walks forward.
I feel like
Yeah,
would I know?
everyone
I feel like I would notice. I feel like I would notice.
everyone sees ants kind of just stop for a second. These dwarves are enjoying their merriment, but something seems off. You know, you don't really get any facial features with ants, so it's kind of hard to see when he has this look of regret or any sort
I
of
think
like expression, but you
I,
can
I think
tell.
his like carapace becomes a bit more of a grayer color,
Yeah, you see this color becomes uh des-
just duller,
desaturated. Yeah.
desaturated. Yeah, exactly.
And so, are you all right?
Buddy, I can't do this.
What do you mean?
Sal kind of stops.
This is Sal. You remember, you know, how I came to be an adventurer, right?
Yes, I remember.
Yes. I'm not ready. I can't. I
Sal
need
is
to focus on
mhm.
working for something better than just bringing down. I need to figure out how to rebuild.
Sal
I'm,
is gonna so construct Amdar he's gonna hand as over to her. He's gonna give him to Violen. And Sal is gonna walk
I
over to
want him.
Ants and he's gonna take your hands. He's looking up at you.
I don't think that Ants is looking at his eyes.
I know that look in your eyes. And I think that it's very strong of you to recognize that you're not ready. And I can't ask you to be ready. All I can ask is that you take care of yourself, boy. And hopefully our paths will cross again when you are.
They will. I think Ants just goes in for just a hug.
He
I'm
embraces you
gonna
back.
open. I want to go up and give him a hug. God damn, I'm gonna give that. We're all gonna do a group hug. Group hug moment.
Group hug.
Group hug, group
I'm gonna
hug.
walk up behind Sam. I'm gonna give both of them a hug.
Aww.
Aw.
I think Ants releases from the hug.
Absolutely.
Guys,
Sal
I'm
is
going back to. Oh,
sorry. Sal's
no,
just
continue.
yeah, he's gonna leave you from the hug and he's going to say, I know Az would want you to focus on yourself. It's
I'm
not
going back to.
selfish to take care.
I'm going back to Rolnos. I am probably with the Sand Snatchers for a while. I
Well, nope. You go. You go.
we will we'll meet again. Just send word for me whenever you need, or I shall send word whenever I'm ready.
Of course.
We betcha damn see you again.
I
Swear, if I go back to Rollanos and find you dead, well,
I doubt it.
that launch will not approve of my actions.
I listen.
I'm gonna bring you back.
I may not be ready, but I don't want you to go into this unprepared. And I think that Ants is going to take his staff of swarming insects and the 2 gems that he purchased, the 2 like 100 GP gems,
Mm-hmm.
and he's going to he's going to hand them off to Amdar and just give these to whoever needs them.
I'm gonna cry. I'm actually shedding tears right now, guys.
Oh.
Aww.
Guys, uh,
Sal is going to look at you, Ants, and he's gonna say, I'm sure Amdar will be ready to hand those back to you when you rejoin the group.
Oh.
Maybe.
totally not gonna spend the gem, but I can guarantee the staff.
You can. Those gems are good for any sort of resurrection spell in case shit goes sideways.
Does Veland have Revivify?
I think I was the only
Not
one
right
to
now.
revivify, actually.
I think
Right.
Ants
I think
might
it
have
was the-
been the only Revivify user.
Yeah.
Guys, we're so fucked.
We are really
Oh,
fucked.
shit.
Okay, we'll be
Yeah.
fine.
It's fine.
We'll be fine. I'm gonna
Alright.
cry again.
I don't know, in case if you guys have any powerful spells or something. And Ants is going to just one last hug to everyone, and then he's going to set off.
Great.
I'm crying.
Goodbye, Ants. Goodbye.
Hi.
I'll be back probably next semester.
Oh.
It's just a timing thing.
I know.
We'll get this all figured out. Goodbye.
We'll see you, buddy.
Bye, buddy. Guys, I'm crying right now. I'm the only original party member left.
You're there.
Sal kind of looks at Ants and he looks
Yeah,
back
you're
at you
there.
all and he kind of puts his hand on Az's forehead.
We can't stop now.
I agree. We'll see
I'm
Ants
just gonna
again. Don't
just
you
gonna
worry.
stuff. I'm just gonna stuff the equipment onto Robot Amdar.
And
Gems are a
everyone
last resort.
continues through the mines.
Oh, wait, before we continue to the mines, really quick.
Nope, never mind.
Oh,
Right.
sorry.
No,
I
go.
just want
I
to
will-
warn the miners about piercers and ropers.
I will
Oh,
clarify.
you
Amdar's
warned-
not crying.
You warn the miners, and they're just like, "Oh, we'll be fine. Don't you worry about it. We're ready. We wield a pickaxe like that one wields a sword." And they kind of just like point to Amdar, assuming that he wields a sword.
I'm just gonna do like the little ejection thing with the arm blade and like wiggle it around the air. There you go. That's it.
I pull out a sword and frown.
Well, probably
Funny
more
thing
like
is,
that one, and they point to Luca.
Oh yes, you don't want to wield a sword like me. I'm not very good.
In any case, we'll be fine. We don't make these trips because we're too stupid. We make these trips because we're prepared. You folks better go on to the city.
Well, alright. As Lynn says, please do stay safe though. And then I guess we'll continue on.
God.
There's no way he used the vacation analogy. That's what I used when No Strings went on its first big hiatus. Oh my god.
God.
I'll have to draw beach ants at some point. Anyway, the party continues down deeper into the mines.
Amdar's vigilant as ever.
Also, I'll say this.
And
If you haven't already, make sure to rejoin the stream. Something happened with Discord on my iPad, so it kicked it
that
out of the
happened.
call. So yeah,
It happened originally, yeah.
make sure y'all rejoin. Can't have you missing out the epic music that I have selected.
Yep.
In any case, as you all continue
I know.
through, is there anything that you are like noticing, doing, talking about?
I guess
Honestly, I feel like Amdar is gonna get a little bit like really quiet after that. Honestly, with Ants leaving,
Mm-hmm.
I was his closest friend.
I think I would be talking to Esther, kind of getting like the feel for her since she's newer.
Sure thing.
That's jolly.
Oh, your name's Esther, right?
That is correct, yes.
What's your deal? That's sorry, that comes off really rude, but that's the best way I could put it.
I
Yeah,
have
you're a
no idea
little.
what you just said.
Yeah, Han, you're really muffled.
You're a little muffled.
Ah! Ah!
That's better. Just speak at that
Ah!
volume.
That's better.
I think we have solved the muffle.
A little
Okay,
bit.
cool. So, what's your deal? Sorry, that comes off rude, but it's the best way I could word it.
Oh no, please don't apologize. I am a traveling scholar. I tend
Oh,
to travel from city to village, teaching magic to those who are less fortunate.
so you're a smart one, eh?
I suppose you could say that.
Pretty cool, pretty cool. Well, it's nice to meet you. Luca Hawthorne at your service.
It is very lovely to meet you as well, Luca. You are quite charming.
And then this person over here, and then I point to Velen. This is my dear friend Velen.
Hi again.
Yes, hello. We've been introduced.
Yeah,
Yay!
Huzzah!
yay!
Well, it might be
girls
under unfortunate
form.
circumstances. The
Oh,
girls have
sorry.
form. Well,
We have form.
it's okay. Well, it might be under unfortunate circumstances. You lot do seem like lovely people.
Well, thank you.
No, it's just Veland actually.
Oh, won't
Oh,
you shut up, Amazon?
oh, don't listen to him.
Look,
Everyone in our group is a lovely individual.
I agree. Now, I get it that you're emotional, but that's no need to pick on someone, especially me out of all people.
I was also picking on myself, Luca. Okay, it's a simple joke.
Sal's
Well,
just
I
kind of
don't
chuckling.
find it quite funny.
I find it very funny. We have different tastes of humor.
I'm sure we do.
Oh my god.
Have we? I can't remember. Have we given Esther like the backstory?
We would
I
we
don't
just
believe you
tell
have.
her?
Or I feel like someone said like, "Oh, we shouldn't tell her because we don't know her well enough yet." But like, I can't remember.
That's part of the fun. Esther gets close enough to learn our backstory.
You're right.
Yep. It's alright. There's so many things Esther's not going to tell you. Alright, now anyway.
Everyone's very
Anyway,
secretive.
yeah.
I'm not
This
very
is what the
secretive.
Outlands was supposed to avoid. But here we are. Anyway, as you all continue deeper down, you come across a small group of Vimdurillian orcs. They're all
Okay.
sort of bent over a small glowing pile of something. You see they have burlap sacks that they're stuffing things into.
Oh.
You hear some of them are, no, no, grab this one. No, this one's right. Grab this one.
I'm gonna walk up behind them slowly as if not to start. I'm gonna make enough noise that they know I'm there, but I'm not gonna walk up too quickly. I don't want them to think I'm trying to steal their shit.
Yeah. As you sort of,
Um,
yeah,
what are they like pawing at or whatever?
as you kind of come across them, you get a closer look. They're grabbing these bioluminescent mushrooms.
Oh, what are those?
One
Dreams.
of the orcs looks like, huh? The other one, ah!
Crow.
The third one,
Actually, Crow.
yeah,
Could I roll nature?
roll nature.
Roll nature. I'm realizing why ask what those are when I can just roll to try and figure it out. That's a 23.
Great. Amdar, I mean, you've been through various caverns. I mean, you've lived in Vimderol, so you've had to travel through mountains. On occasion, you have certainly seen these mushrooms before. Bioluminescent mushrooms are how a majority of potions get crafted in Vimdurol. You know that some places require the usage of certain ingredients, and some cultures actually infuse their potions with magical effects. Otherwise, they just are a normal drink. But in Vimdurol, they specifically utilize um, differently colored mushrooms that glow certain ways that can then be infused with different effects.
Um, that's why they're trying to distinguish the mushrooms.
hmm You also know that depending on the hue, you can tell whether or not a mushroom is ripe.
Do you think I would be able to distinguish which ones are?
You can see that in this bunch, there are a couple ripe ones that they have correctly been picking at, but you see that there's this sort of dull gray color that you know is infamous for being an incredibly difficult color to discern its ripeness. If accurately ascertained, this can become a potion of giant size.
Okay, I'm. Mmm. Do I point it out to them or do I grab? Ooh, I actually. I want to grab this. I want to grab this.
You're just going in for
Um,
the grab.
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna like talk to them. I'm gonna have the robot like start randomly picking at mushrooms, but grab the right one.
As robot Amdar is trying to like get in there, one of the orcs is like sort of trying to muscle him away, and the other two orcs are like, "What do you think you're doing here, elf?"
Whoa, whoa. I'm just coming here to just. I'm very curious. I'm from Vimdro. It's been years since I've been here, and I was just checking to see if you were all picking the right things. It's been a while, so I might be rusty, but I do believe that one's ripe. I'm gonna point to one of the ripe ones that they haven't picked yet.
Yeah, they're gonna look to it and look back at you. We knew that one was right. One of them grabs
I,
it, stuffs it in the sack. We've been
okay,
debating whether or not that one is. And he points to the giant size mushroom.
giant size mushroom.
Yeah,
Oh, that
the
one.
one that makes the potion
I'm
of
gonna, like,
giant size.
I'm gonna go up to it, and I'm gonna like get really close to it and like start inspecting it.
mm-hmm.
Um, well, I don't know if it is. When's the next time you're all coming around here?
We have another group coming in about a couple days.
It should be ripe in about, I think, a week. From the looks of it, you can see that the gray is just slightly off hue for this particular mushroom.
Are you?
Um,
Do you actually
We're
believe
deceiving
this?
them.
Or are you deceiving them? Roll a deception check.
I'm deceiving them.
God
We're
damn
deceiving
it.
them.
Shit.
No, guys,
Roll a
I
deception
may
check,
be
Amdar.
No, I want you to
deception
do
check. Wait,
this. I want you to. I think, but like,
okay, so
inner me is like,
normally,
don't fuck
Crow,
it up.
Bro, normally that would only be a 15, but Flash of Genius for a 20.
Oh, excellent. The orcs kind of look at you and they say, I think you're right. Yes. About a week or so. We'll tell the other group to skip this one. We've pretty much picked everything right except for this bad boy. And in a week's time, we'll come back. One of them
Well,
pats you on the back, Amdar, and says, sorry for being hostile earlier. A lot of people try to steal these kinds of shrooms from us.
oh no, trust me, I understand the suspicion. It's perfectly all right. I'm used to it at this point.
So,
You see, I guilt trip them a little. I'm gonna once they're out of earshot, like I'm gonna pretend I'm talking with like Sal, mostly inspecting Az actually. Then I'm gonna pick the mushroom
yeah, they
when they're
kind of pack up and they're like, all right, boys, on to the next lot. And they sort of continue on.
deceived.
Consider them deceived.
Now,
I sure hope we don't run into them again, right, guys?
oh, don't worry, we'll be perfectly fine. Um, there's plenty of species under here though. Just eat these mushrooms up so we can blame it on that.
That's quite smart of you.
But this will be very useful eventually. I need to actually get this taken care of. But I'm just gonna go and grab like one of the pouches. I'm gonna grab a singular pouch with nothing else inside it and delicately put the mushroom inside.
Oh yeah, you're being very careful
I'm
to
being
not
very,
cause
very careful.
any damage to this thing. You know that on top of being very delicate, these mushrooms can cause problems. As a matter of fact, can I have you roll me a wisdom save?
Ooh, oh god, I'm gonna have to flash of genius that as well. Oh god. I'm scared actually. This is actually very scary for me. Oh, thank god. Okay, that's an 18. Jesus Christ.
You feel your hand twitch again.
Yes, stop that.
I believe it
Oh,
was
you
your
little.
left hand, if I'm not mistaken.
It's my left hand. It's my
Yes.
left hand.
You feel your left hand twitch.
I'm just gonna like, I'm honestly, I feel like Amdar is like thinking it's, Amdar thinking it's like a cramp of some sort, or like him not getting used to like the new body, so he's gonna like smack it against his leg a little bit to like jar it out of it.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
sensation dissipates.
There we go. What? I do apologize for the stopping, Sal. That's my mistake.
Oh, no, you're fine.
We should get going. I feel madly uncomfortable.
That
Alright.
we should. We should get moving.
You all continue deeper and deeper still into the mines. You see a couple
Guys,
signs along the way that sort of mention, oh, Vimdurol, 8 miles, Vimdurol, 5 miles. You know you're
Oh, we're
making
close.
progress.
We're so close.
You are. And as you are just about to reach the end of a cave, you see. Well, first you smell a rancid smell. And you all come up.
Able?
You all.
Defying? I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
No, that was perfect. That's immediately what I thought of. And you see Abel from Divine Right. Anyway,
No.
guys, go
We'd win.
go subscribe to Divine Rights Archive on YouTube. Anyway. In any
Shameless
case,
plug.
I say this like everyone who doesn't watch this isn't already subscribed. It's literally
I'll
just the
subscribe
people
for
we're
you.
friends with. Anyway,
I'll subscribe, buddy. I'll go subscribe.
thank you. Anyway, you do see a dead group of adventurers.
Oh. Ain't no way.
Okay.
Oh.
First off. Ah, perception
Can
check.
I want a medicine. Well, maybe I should Can I roll investigation?
Absolutely. You said perception, Amdar?
Yes, I am going to scan the ceilings and everything.
Of course.
I am
Roll
would
perception
recommending
for me.
like, investigate
Amdar's
the crime scene.
Amdar's
Like the
pondering
bodies.
that Amdar's pondering that one of those things is like set that as a trap and is about to drop on us. That's
Okay.
a 19.
And Velan for your investigation.
Oh man, I got a 7.
Oh.
The herb.
Oh man.
You know what? You know what? Flash of genius. Well, 12 make that better. Crow. I don't know. Just
We will
feel
see.
like it could. We'll
We
see.
will see.
Okay, so yeah, we're about to get jumped. Okay.
Amdar, your perception check reveals very little.
Oh man.
You see some obvious signs of a struggle. You see a dead roper. And other than that, you don't see much. Weapons are scattered around. Some pieces
Is
of.
there blood?
Oh, there's blood.
Oh,
Amdar, as part of your perception, do you go and investigate some of the blood?
My thing is that I actually would like to investigate if the roper is actually dead.
Okay. Yeah. How do you plan on checking that?
So I'm sending the robot, obviously.
oh yeah,
I'm gonna have
that's pretty
I'm
good.
gonna have the robot go up and just hit this thing as hard as it can.
Yeah. Your Amdar reels back, and I assume it uses like a punch, right?
Yeah, it's a punch.
It just shoves its fist into this thing. You hear the sound of metal hitting just inert meat as the bones of this roper crunch and a jelly like paste flies off and covers both Amdars.
Ew.
Ew.
Okay, so that's dead. I'm just
Ew.
imagining he's like half covered in blood.
Well,
So
actually, after you say that, everyone who sees Amdar sees the paste and blood of the roper are completely gone on human, or I should say elf Amdar.
Oh, what does that mean?
I'm gonna,
Ruh-roh.
I like would Amdar register that he got splashed or something and then just suddenly gone?
You, Amdar, you felt the splash and your hand involuntarily went to like wipe it off. And as you went to go like wipe it, you feel there's nothing there.
Um, I know I typically don't have mental illnesses unless I'm around Luca, but I swear I got splashed with blood just now, right?
Oh my god, will you give it a break? And yes, yes, you did.
Velan, your investigation
Yes.
check reveals to you some more information.
Oh yay.
You see that on top of the roper causing trouble for these adventurers, you see that
Oh.
their gear is rusted slightly. In fact, their gnome, what you assume to be a paladin, their plate armor is almost entirely corroded.
Oh, it's
Oh.
something.
No
Oh,
self-respecting
Crow.
adventurer would let their armor get into that much of disrepair.
I need to check something.
That's very interesting. Would
my God.
would I be able to tell if that is from
Gross
a
monster.
question mark or outside influences?
I'm sorry,
Like,
could you repeat
like,
that?
like, would I be able to tell if it was because of time passage or from
Ooh,
other
yes, like
magical, like,
see how recent the corpses were?
yeah.
Yeah, I'll say roll me a
Bro.
I'm going to say a survival check.
Okay.
And yes, Amdar?
Well, that
Bro.
rolled onto my other dice. Um, I'm gonna re-roll that.
Okay.
Bro.
Okay.
Yes, Des.
Would you say would you say with enough mending spells this plate armor was repairable?
No.
No.
because mending specifically requires 2 halves of a whole. But
Mm,
this plate armor is decidedly rusted away.
That's
mhm.
fair. God
Velan,
damn it.
So
you're
my total is 19.
excellent. You can tell that these bodies are fresh.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's
Not so
interesting.
fresh that you were moments away from coming up upon them in
Right.
their hour of need, but
Okay.
fresh enough to tell that this rust is not because of age, despite the dampness of the caverns. You can
Mm.
tell that this was artificially rusted. And the only monster
Ah.
that you, in your knowledge of caverns, that could possibly do
Yes.
that, especially with the info dump that Esther gave the party earlier, is a rust
Yes.
monster.
Can
Um.
I relay that to the party?
Of course.
I just don't want to like repeat all the things you just said.
So as much as I would have loved to actually be scared, um, all
That's
my equipment's
nice.
magical. All my equipment's magical, thankfully. So it can't rust from rust monsters, unless you change that. But it's still scary. I'm still
All
gonna be on
right.
my guard. I'm actually still worried. Not gonna lie.
So, oh, but Velan isn't the type to do that. Um,
Oh, I gotta wait. I actually have something I could do,
can
bro.
I do a mental check on everybody? Like, how's everyone reacting to
Oh
seeing
yeah.
these dead
How is
bodies?
how is everyone reacting to the sight of dead bodies?
Amdar, I feel like Amdar would have seen this a lot, or at least occasionally when going through the mines. So sadly enough, Amdar is a little desensitized. He's more worried about you guys and the fact how if this is fresh, that means that thing could still be around.
Esther is she's kind of avoiding looking at the body. She has like a hand over her nose. She
Mhm.
looks a little sick.
Okay,
Oh,
I forgot
actually,
Xavier was not here, right?
Luca
bro,
seems
That
a little
POV would matter, though.
desensitized to the
Oh, that
look
would be true.
of dead bodies. Luca kind of just seems normal, like they barely even gave a reaction.
actually,
Honestly, they kind
bro,
of just look
I do
hungry,
have,
weirdly.
bro, bro, I do have a question
Oh,
actually.
I have an answer.
So we know that there was a rust monster. We know that there was a roper. Am I able to distinguish? Would I be able to roll a check to distinguish if the roper was killed by adventuring weapons or the claws of a rust monster?
Yeah, I'd say roll me a survival check
Okay.
or a medicine check.
They both suck for me, so we're just gonna do survival.
Okay.
Okay, that's a 14.
Um, other than some general slashing on the roper's body, and of course the fist-shaped imprint on its corpse,
God
My
damn
bad.
it.
it's kind of hard to discern whether or not a rust monster would attack a roper. But knowing the general temperament of rust monsters, it would seem unlikely that it would engage in a creature stronger than it.
They eat metal. They don't eat things.
Yeah.
So okay, yeah, that makes sense. Uh, I don't think we should stay around much. Okay, actually, Andrew's gonna have a little conflict. He wants to continue with Az, but he also wants to give these guys a proper burial.
Okay.
I
So
feel like that would be hard to do in a cavern.
oh well, I have the mold earth spell, so I can honestly just kind of put them in the ground and just close on them. But
Mm.
would you, if I took the equipment off of all these guys, would you say? I mean, how much do you think they would weigh? Would you say?
Of everyone,
Of how big's the party actually is a good question.
It was a group of 4.
Okay, yeah, of everyone without their equipment.
A gnome, an Aarakocra,
So 2 light racers.
a
Okay.
halfling, and a dwarf. They are. You could probably carry them. Even the dwarf, who's definitely like the thickest and densest, would be. You would be able to carry them
Just
all.
make the robot carry.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I'm gonna start stripping off the equipment. Like, normally when you're taking off plate mail, it takes like 5 minutes. But that's because you're properly taking it off. So I'm just gonna like cut straight through all the leather straps to get it
Mhm.
off him.
I'll say
And
this
I'm
now:
just gonna
it is not worth. None of this equipment is worth anything.
I figured. So I'm just gonna put I'm just gonna start piling them on Robot Amdar's shoulders.
Sure.
They deserve a proper burial, and their people back in Vimdrel probably want to see them again.
Bro looks
That
like
is
a
so
cadaver
true.
creeper. Or cadaver collector, I think it is.
Well, I'm just like, no, I want to just bring them back to their families.
Well, I know, but just saying.
Can I?
Cadaver.
Yes, Violin?
I want to ask, because I assumed I gave Az back to Sal,
Yeah, Sal has been carrying Az
but
for this
I'd
entire
like to
portion.
ask for Az back so Sal can carry one of the bodies.
Oh, Robot
Like,
Amdar can
she
carry.
wouldn't
Robot
want
Amdar can carry
to.
all of them.
Yeah, you can carry all 4 of
Oh,
them. You'll be fine.
okay,
You'll
never
be fine.
mind. Never mind, never mind.
Oh,
But that was a nice thought.
Thanks.
do you want to carry one? Do you
Okay,
want to
welcome
carry
back,
one?
Xavier.
Thank you, thank you.
Welcome back, Xavier. The party
Welcome
has come
back.
across a dead party of adventurers. I said that we all described their looks, and I said that Luca kind of seemed desensitized to the whole thing, and honestly a little more hungry, if anything.
Yeah, that makes sense.
No eating the bodies, Luca. No eating them. Bad,
I mean,
Luca. Bad.
they probably taste bad anyway. So.
They're
It's
You
like
like
not
raw.
your meat
old,
fresh.
They taste
Oh,
like
yeah.
tetanus.
Um,
Tastes like
what?
tetanus.
No, they taste like rope.
And tetanus. God damn it. Guys, this is
Okay,
all really bad.
anyways,
We're all making really bad jokes.
Ricky could
Are
make
you
them taste
HIV
good.
positive about this?
That's not funny. That's not funny. None of this is funny. Dying AIDS isn't funny. Dying isn't funny. So just shut the fuck up. Okay. It's time
Yeah,
of.
no,
Anyway,
you guys said that in character, right? I feel like I should clarify.
did Sal just become
No,
Kyle?
not being.
Is this a bad time to mention that HIV does not, as a matter of fact, exist in No Strings?
Okay, but now I'm curious which STDs do.
I'm not.
Alright,
I am not.
Enough.
All right, gang.
Fuck.
Is there anything else we'd like to do?
Let's go, gang.
Let's go. I do apologize for making this a little longer.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's important. You know, these people
Yeah,
need
you
to get a
wouldn't bring
proper
it up
burial.
if it wasn't important, so I
Oh.
trust.
In any case, um, you all managed to continue on through the mines, and you see your exit. I'll say this,
Daylight!
you guys rolled pretty good on the random encounters table.
Yippee!
Daylight! Finally!
But yes,
We've only been in there for like an hour.
as you've been in there for a pretty long time, as the light of day washes over the whole party, squinting, you all see something in the distance.
A Drask.
No.
Your mom.
You all see a massive city. Walls containing hundreds, thousands, almost millions of people. You see many caravans and carts being brought in. You all see the glorious Iron City, Vimdural.
Oh my god.
Amdar just gonna like sigh and be like, oh, it still looks as shitty as ever.
That's
It's
creative.
home. It's home to him. It's home to him at this point.
I love performing here. There's so many people to watch.
This is true. As you all continue on,
It is.
you get up to one of the first walls of Vimdurol. You see that gates are open. Archers stand watch on top. They wave at everyone as they enter,
Ignoring the dead bodies.
and you see massive rolling fields in the hills of this area. You see that halflings have made their homes hobbit holes, as some have come to know them, except legally distinct from hobbit holes because, you know. In any case, agriculture here is absolutely thriving. Sal kind of takes a deep breath. I haven't smelled the nice Vimdurillian air in quite some time. It's nice to be back.
Well, I doubt I've been gone as long, but it feels good.
Violin has a look of like excitement mixed with anxiety, mixed with like also kind of like I don't know. She's like wide-eyed and like
Like she's like, it's amazing, but like, it's amazing. It's intimidating a little bit.
more like it's
Hmm.
there's memories associated to it.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
It's
that makes sense.
you can tell all of that just by looking at her face.
I should remember.
But yeah. And Esther,
Sweet.
you know what Vimdurol means. Vimdurol means Cesarite.
Vimdurol means safe.
Yep.
Vimdurol means saving as.
True.
Because of that, because of that, Esther's like looking around. I don't think she's ever been to Vinderal before, so she is
Mm-hmm.
she's a little excited too.
God damn it.
I'll say
Now I'm
this.
just imagining.
This city, Esther, is so massive. It's much larger than your home city, to say the least. Like,
Oh,
the walls, these first one, they have to reach to at least 20 feet in height. And beyond that, 30-foot walls, 35-foot walls. It's just massive. You see that
I have.
Vimdurol is in part built into the mountainside. Amdar, you know specifically that this mountain range is a continuation of the mountain range known as the Old King's Wall. So, there you go.
I have the mental image of Esther being like, "Oh, oh
Yeah,
my God, it's
Esther's
Vimdurol
jaw
over there. It says it right over there." She's like,
Where
she's
is
like
it?
glancing around every single hill, being like, "Oh
down.
no, says it right."
In any case,
That's
Shut up. Shut up, I'm gonna kill you.
it. Actually,
You know, her jaw's a
Sal,
little tough.
yes.
are you from Vimdurol?
Oh no, Ralnas. I'm actually from Wamu, but you know, I've spent quite a
Hmm.
lot of time here.
Is it because of Cesarite?
Well, Cesarite was part of it.
Adventuring was the other?
Yes, the two go hand in hand.
I still love how this guy's a paladin. I just need to mention, I just love the fact how he's a paladin, and I guessed that. We love Sal. I love Sal, guys.
In any case, as you guys sort of get to the second set of gates, you see that there are several Goliath guards standing watch as people are entering. One of them says, "Halt!" and he pulls you aside.
Oh,
Yes?
I have to ask, what is the situation with
oh.
these
Oh,
four
Um,
5,
we were
as a matter of
traveling.
fact.
We were traveling in the caves and came upon an unfortunate accident. We found these 4 dead from a roper with next to a dead roper. So,
I see.
um,
Obvious sign of rust monster inclusion as well.
yes, the equipment was heavily rusted. Um, I hate to ask, because I'm pretty sure your jobs are busy enough, but do you? Is there a chance you could somehow locate their families and return their bodies to them?
We can do everything we can.
I mean,
And
if
he
they're
kind of like,
adventurers, someone's bound to recognize them.
he
Mhm.
whistles, and you see a dwarf comes running along. Yes, what is it? And he says, I need you to take these 5 along the cart rails, see if we can identify them, get them to their families. And he goes, absolutely. And then you see the dwarf kind of holds a holy symbol, and a little flame spurts from it, and it creates a floating disc.
Tensor's floating disc.
All right, load them up.
I'm gonna start piling the bodies up.
Yeah. As you do, the dwarf says, "And that one too. Don't worry." He kind of points to
No, no,
Az.
no, 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 no. He's not dead. More comatose. Medical condition.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry for the
That
assumption.
is absolutely crazy.
No, no, it's perfectly fine.
All right.
Um,
Well,
I wish you good luck finding the family.
of course.
Yes,
And
thank you for your service.
the
And
dwarf
she
kind of
like does a
comes
weird
over,
little
and he
like curtsy.
the dwarf kind of comes over. He presents the holy symbol. Anybody who'd like to recognize it, make a religion check.
I was about to say I wanted to, so I could be like some shit like may more kilo guide you
Oh no,
type shit. I figured it's not more kilo. I figured it wasn't more kilo, but what would I roll?
Raise his hand.
religion.
Religion.
What'd you
Oh
say,
yeah, that's
Velen?
actually so.
Oh, I said raise his hand.
Yes.
But I unfortunately got an 8. So
Um,
I fortunately got a 19.
don't worry, Jay. That's why we have it recorded. I'm just glad that you're here. In any case, Amdar, you recognize this as a holy symbol of Fiammer. She is the goddess of the forge and flame, very popular in Vimderal, especially in the Fire Ward. Um, most people are brought up and raised to devote their lives to Fiammer, and any religious family is probably going to, you know, yeah, they're gonna be,
Um,
yeah, sorry.
I don't want to say some corny ass line, okay? I don't want to say some corny ass line, okay? Oh, the temptation to say femur. Oh, what? I can't just say it's femur, 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 femur,
Fiammer,
femur,
Team.
femur, femur,
Fiamir,
Fiamir?
Fiammer.
femur. I can't say like femur light your path. I can't say that. I can't say that. That's too corny.
The dwarf would look at you with such a stink eye.
That's why I'm not saying it. That's why I'm not saying it.
He kind of bows his head after he blesses Az. Oh, that's all right. B, you also know about Fiammer. That's common knowledge for you. You know about religions. Sorry,
Sure.
Violin.
No,
Oh.
it's okay.
Not a lot.
I'm
In
just
any
kinda
case.
like staring at it.
But yeah, you all continue into the greater city.
Huzzah!
So happy.
As you guys actually
Um,
manage to make it through that second and third wall, it's crowded. You thought Ralnos was busy and bustling. everything is going on all at once here. Everybody is shouting, trying to peddle their wares, trying to get your attention. It's 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 a lot.
Just as I remember it,
Mm-hmm.
chaotic.
This is a lot larger than I anticipated.
Well, when you're a large city as big as this, it should be expected.
Oh, I've seen bigger.
I don't think there is no bigger city than
I don't. You
Dural.
haven't.
I
Um,
haven't.
You
Viewing
haven't.
lives
This
had
is as
your
big as it
had
gets.
your remark.
Luca, to educate you, Vindor's the biggest city in the world.
I
He's
know,
oblivious
I
to the
was
joke.
just making a joke. Oh my god, you have no sense of humor.
He's
I
gonna
thought it was
stare off.
funny.
He's
I'm
gonna
sorry.
stare back obliviously.
Amdar's too autistic about his home city.
It's too locked in. My home turf. My home turf.
Anyway,
Also, Hydrate was saying something?
yes, hydrate.
What? I was?
was hydrate?
All I
Oh, I thought I heard you something from your mic, and I didn't want us to move on. Sorry.
Sorry. I
Okay,
don't know what's up with my noise suppression.
sure thing.
Sorry. Also, before we move on, I do want to ask Sal, like, would you happen to have an idea of where Cesarite would be?
Oh
This
yes,
is.
he told me that he had business in the storm ward of the city, so we'll have to go there first.
Oh, fun.
I just
But
hope
what do
that
I know about the Storm Ward?
the storm ward is one of the most. You actually don't know a lot about it. It's one of the most sectioned off portions of the city. So,
Oh,
like I said, it's the Vimderol is built into a mountainside. Um, what ends up happening with that is you have that like that. So you have the first wall, which is the hill wall, and then from that you have the first wall and then second wall. That second wall actually connects to a portion that is raised. That's why it's built higher than that middle wall there. So that's built raised off from the mountainside. And then even higher than that is a section that is entirely kept off. That is the palace grounds of Vimdurol. That's where the King's Challenge takes place. That's where political matters are done. That's where important people are taken to do important things. The average commoner is not typically allowed to go here.
okay, that's fair.
Um,
Which is why we have that. Which is why we have that letter
yes.
or whatever.
Well, Sal has a sending stone, so yeah. In any case, is everyone in agreement that that's where we need to go?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Great.
That is my main objective right
Yes.
now. There's secondary objectives,
Excellent.
but that's beside the point.
All right. All right. Sorry about that, folks. Um, as you all continue through the city, it certainly is a lot. I mean, it is. It But you can tell that based on the architecture and how things are separated, you can tell which buildings are from which parts of the city. Um, Violin and Luca, when you spent your time here, you mostly were in the stone section. That's where a lot of artistry and performances are taking place. Stone giants are known for their creative passions. So, um, as a reflection of that, the stone ward is typically where all that sort of entertainment happens. Um, Amdar, you mostly spent your time in the fire ward.
I figured. Crafting my
Yeah,
thing.
you spent a lot of time with the trades and learning how to do certain things working with your hands, you know? You are definitely not inexperienced in a forge or anything like that. Esther, everything is new to you, but you can tell that you would love to spend more time in the Cloud Ward here. The buildings just seem more elegant and lofty. The coloring is very incredible. It all seems very nice.
Um,
And it feels as though you
Oh,
would be able
yeah.
to really meet some people that you would like to get to know.
um, Crow, while we're going through the city, can I just like randomly point stuff out to Esther
Yeah, of
to
course.
like, yay, yippee, yippee? Gonna give Esther the whole rundown of the fire of the fire part, okay?
Of course. As you all are making it through, you eventually come to the one spot where all of Vimdural's wards, sans the stone, or not stone, sorry, storm ward, connects, or sans storm and hill. Where all these connect, the centerpiece of Vimdural. You see, standing in the center is this giant, and I do mean giant, statue of a sort of Goliath esque looking figure. A plaque in giant lays at its feet, and you see that in this sort of main area here, there's a lot of busyness still.
Well then.
Does anyone here know Giant? Maybe. I'm nosy as fuck.
Nah.
Oh. God, if I should have asked more questions about Vimdral in the past, because I would definitely would have given him Giant as a language.
We can
Well,
discuss your
actually,
languages
Uh,
another time if you'd
I'm
like.
thinking, very tempted to just. Does anyone have comprehend languages? 'Cause I know I don't.
I replaced it for tongues.
Sadly not.
Oh, you have
I
tongues, B? Tongues lets
I
you learn
kind of.
every language.
I mean, yeah, but I don't. It seems like a very small, minuscule thing. I don't really want to waste a spell
Fair
slot on
point.
that.
Hmm.
Very fair.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. And actually, as you guys pass, you see Sal kind of like looks down at it. He says, "Oh, yes, I remember
What's
this.
that,
This is
Sal?
a yes, it's a statue of the Allfather." Hoping that he would recognize Vimdirol for the greatness. You know about the legends.
Yes, looks at the wall. The giant mountain range.
Yes. He, long story short, for the uninitiated, he turned his back on the material plane and thus his giant kin. And, well, the giants have been supposedly trying to become better in his
To gain
eyes.
back his favor.
Yes, that's actually why this city was constructed. After the
Hmm.
wars, or after many wars, they decided instead of fighting, they needed to collaborate. And so, here we are.
Crow, I got a
Very
question.
intriguing.
Yes.
Would I know about the whole thing with the giants outside the wall?
When you say outside the wall, do you mean outside the mountain range, or do you mean outside the walls of Vimderol?
Walls of Vimdural.
Um,
I remember you mentioning something about giants and stuff.
giants, I mean, they kind of keep to themselves. They're mostly a reclusive type. Giant sightings are very uncommon. Um,
Okay. Good then.
You'll typically see hill giants sort of ravaging countrysides and attacking caravans because they're hungry, but other than that, you don't really
Okay.
hear much about them.
Okay.
In any case,
Okay.
the party at around midday reaches the main atrium to the Gates of the Storm Ward. It's this massive spiraling staircase. and it's almost intimidating. Is it on this? I don't think it is. Okay. Wait,
It wasn't.
I saw it. Stained glass depictions of giants and the Allfather sort of bathe the interior of this sanctum with beautiful colors. And
Admired architecture.
as everyone sees the ornate, sacred beauty of this chamber, you all begin to ascend. This spiral staircase leads you up and up. You feel as though you truly are ascending, as though you could meet a giant face to face. And as you reach the top, you see a very ornately dressed and a very ornately armored Goliath.
Looks at Sal.
Sal kind of steps forward and he says, "Excuse me, um, you do not know me, but my name is Sal. I have business with the wizard Cesarite. I have reason to believe that he is here." The Goliath looks down and she looks at the rest of the party.
Waves.
Hello.
"You have business with
Valen
Buster
Cesarite?"
just kind of nods in acknowledgement.
Mm-hmm. You were gonna say hydrate?
We
Okay. Oh,
Sorry, I said that Valen bows.
of course.
Oh.
The Goliath holds her hand at her side. You see a sword is there. And she looks down at you all. "You understand that based on that claim alone, I cannot let you through." Sal looks and he says, "Well, if you could. Well, actually, I have a sending stone. I mentioned that he would show this to you so that you would know that I'm me." And she says, "He did mention a sending stone." And Sal holds up the sending stone that he used. Once again, sending stones each are engraved with unique pattern during their carving. This pattern is exclusive to a sending stone and cannot be replicated in any other way. Typically, each sending stone is one of a kind and can only be paired with its other. Um, as Sal holds this up, she looks at it, says, "Very well, but I cannot guarantee that you'll get an audience with Cesarite. He's currently in a meeting with the king. They're discussing very important matters."
Well, how long could that take?
Could take hours, could take days. We don't
We
know
could
when the
wait.
next recess is.
I figure we can wait. I figure. I think. Az might just die though, so.
Yeah, as you say that, Amdar, you see Az is not doing great. He needs to see Cesarite, or he just needs to be treated.
Hmm. Could you at least point us
That
in the direction to the palace or whatever the sorts it is?
Just continue straight on ahead. You'll see another statue of the Allfather, as well as his children. There you'll come to the gates of the castle. But again, I cannot guarantee that you will be granted an audience. But you can try.
We certainly can. We certainly can.
Az
We
is
will
looking
try our
far more
best. We
feverish.
will try so hard.
Well, let's get going. Um, don't got time to waste, do we?
She steps aside and lets you all through.
We should
You
go.
all see these massive, ornate statues carved in honor of the Allfather and his original children. And you see the grandeur of this castle that you approach. It's entirely breathtaking. And you all come up to the gates of this castle.
Twirls hair, acknowledges architecture. Knocks on doors.
Two dwarves
Knock, knock,
stand
knock.
at towers stand up top towers that are above the massive doors of this. They shout down below, "Who are you?"
Looks at Sal again.
Sal kind of says, "I'm here to see Cesarite. I'm an old friend, and I require his aid." The dwarves look down. "You understand that he is very busy." Sal says, "Yes, but it is important. It's a matter of this boy's life." And Sal kind of holds as the dwarves look at each other, and you see a sorrowful look comes across their face. "I'm sorry, but we cannot allow entry to anybody. The king and Cesarite are, well, they cannot be disturbed at this time. They are discussing important tactics. Many lives will be lost if they do not get this time. I'm sorry, but it'll have to be another time." Sal kind of
Thinks
looks
of way.
disappointed.
Looks at Sal, who has ascending stone, who can send a direct
Here's
message to
him.
Cesar at any moment.
You can say that, you know.
Say
What
that.
did he say? What?
I mean, Sal has ascending stone, which presumably is on Cesarite's person, which sends a message immediately. That'd probably be treason, though. I don't think we should do that. Actually, that'd probably get us all killed.
Raise your hand, raise your hand, raise your hand.
Yes?
Okay, so I have an idea. This might be very and bold of me, but that's okay. I'm gonna try it anyway. I was gonna like speak up. I was just like, please do pardon my inquiry, and while it may not be my place, but would it be safe to assume they're discussing about the recent giant attacks?
They kind of look at each other. Yes? Why?
Well, perhaps if you grant us entry, we may be able to offer a solution. After all, it's fuck, I don't know where I'm going with this. Guys,
Ooh,
help. I'm
ooh.
like
Light
like
bulb
this in
idea.
the
Light
party
bulb
for a
idea.
little bit
Got a light
more.
bulb idea. Well, think of it. Think of it like this. There they are, sitting in their castle. They aren't where the fighting is happening. They aren't with the common folk. We've seen it firsthand traveling.
You
Wouldn't
would.
it be best to have a firsthand experience? I'm not meaning that the king does not go out and fight, but
Roll
calm,
persuasion.
quiet.
Roll
Roll
persuasion.
persuasion. Ooh, no, I'm scared. I'm scared. Okay. Okay.
Wait. We're both rolling persuasion, right? I would assume, since we're both
You
going
both,
different game
yeah, both of you roll persuasion, and we will
Okay.
average. We will average it.
Go
Okay.
team, go! Go team, go!
Okay. I got a
Alright,
15,
good.
but I am going
21!
to. I'm gonna
21!
flash of genius it. I'm gonna flash of genius it to make it a 20.
Okay, so 20. 21
Yeah, I got 21.
divided by 2. Wait,
What
20.
did you get, B?
equals,
I got 21.
divide that by 2, 20.5. Round that up, that's a 21.
Oh my god.
The dwarves kind of look. That's right. How do we know you're not with the enemy? We agree that your input could be valuable, but we can't just admit anybody.
Esther
Mm,
looked down at herself. Look,
I'm gonna look at
I
Az.
suppose that is true, but don't look at us.
Do you think we would have gotten this far if we had actually been with the enemy?
The dwarves kind of look at each other. And you see them hit bells. Dang, dang, dang. And the doors to this palace open.
Yes.
Yes.
Yay!
I'm gonna do like
Fuck
I'm gonna
yeah.
give like as we're crawling under the doors where they can't see us, I'm gonna like high five Esther a little bit.
All right. Sal, his
Um,
sort of disappointed look, he immediately lights up and he is like, oh, thank you both so much.
I'm gonna look at Esther. We almost got all of us killed. Oh my god,
All right,
that was a gamble.
I'm going to, and he like takes his sending stone out and he says, Cesarite, I'm in the palace. I need you to come meet me in the front.
I'm gonna look at Esther as well. Esther, have you actually seen giant attacks? I was lying. I mean, actually, bro,
Well,
bro,
you see,
Esther, you
bro,
haven't
have
seen
we,
giant attacks.
but while we were traveling, have we all heard stuff about it at least
Oh yeah,
from
you've
people who've
heard
experienced it?
the occasional mention of giant attacks on the
Okay,
western walls of the city.
because like what I'm thinking of is
Oh
like
wait, I'm sorry, the
Esther,
eastern walls.
like Esther was talking with someone who has a husband who's in the war. That's what I mean by firsthand experience. So,
Exactly,
do we have
Esther.
stories like that?
Yeah. I mean, you've heard people
Okay.
who are talking about like, oh,
yeah.
I'm traveling to give supplies to the wall guard. I know that they're dealing with a lot right now. I understand. Like, people, this is a known thing that's happening in Vimdural.
So would you presume would it be correct to assume that the wall might be undersupplied by these people's things being said?
I mean, you could assume that the wall is being undersupplied. You know.
Okay, I got a tactical suggestion to give them. There we go, guys.
All
Ooh,
right.
baby.
However, as you all are running and Sal is sort of like looking around, you see a robed figure almost running out, his hands holding onto a spell book. This man,
Oh
he is dressed in very fine robes and he's looking ah! and he runs over to Sal. And
Aw.
Sal is almost just as excited. He
And they were roommates.
runs over and he hugs
Are
Sal.
were they roommates? Question mark?
Um
Question mark?
they
Question mark?
were in any case. I'm gonna laugh every time I say that now.
In any case,
Yeah, Sal and Cesarite are reunited.
so we can assume this is Cesarite.
Yeah,
Um,
you know this is Cesarite.
I'm going to immediately like bow a little bit at the hip.
Of course,
Yes, I'm bowing like fully. Like
Cesarite. He's looking at you. He says, "Oh, please, don't be so formal, please. Come,
I'm gonna
speak to me. What? How?
I'm
What
gonna
is going on?"
gestures to Az, who's
Yes,
probably in someone's arms since Sal tried to hug him.
oh
Veland's arms.
as is Sal.
this is
You know, he's kind of like holding up and he hugged Cesarite with the other hand.
Well, Cesarite, I
Yes,
assume you can see that.
yes. I, you see, this is terrible, terrible, terrible time. You see, sorry. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Cesarite. I'm sure some of you know who I am.
All of us know.
Yes, yes.
Good, good. Um, uh, hmm, yes.
We know what the
Here,
dilemma is. We know what the dilemma is.
bring here,
Um,
come with me, come with me. And he brings you all into
oh god.
this massive room.
Um, bro, I have a question.
Yes.
I've been in Vimdor a lot of my life. So, do you think I would know any like former way to greet someone of higher status in this city in particular?
To greet someone of higher status is to get down on one knee and look up at them.
Yes,
I'm
I'm
the
doing
second I see
that.
the king, second I see the king, I'm doing that.
Great.
I'm doing that.
Immediately, Cesarite, like, you see him conjure a mage hand, which knocks on the door, and it opens up. Cesarite, yes, come. We're in the middle of a meeting, so just be a bit quiet, but I'll get to you as soon as I can, I promise.
Thank you, King.
He
And
brings you
that's
all
it.
in, and you all see this war room. A fire is burning brightly, and you see various Goliath, various people of like advisors, military members, and you see two giants. A large, imposing fire giant, and an equally as imposing, but slightly less intimidating, stone giant. The fire giant's expression is that of anger. He is scowling. He's entirely covered in plate armor. You see that most, you know how there's like chainmail on most people like with their armor? This guy, instead of that, is
Mhm.
wearing what appear to be dragon scales.
Ooh.
Red
Bro,
Ooh.
dragon scales.
bro. Okay, bro. Would I be able to recognize this guy based
You
on the fact how he's from the fire district? He's from the fire
He's
part.
not from the fire district.
Oh,
He is
would I?
from another area of Vimdural, one that you have not visited for
Hmm.
too long. You've heard of this area. You've probably seen it while adventuring in the countryside, but you yourself have never been taken here.
Would I be able
This,
to?
what's up?
Would I be able to roll to see if I could even have ever heard of this man?
Oh, yes. Go for it.
What would I be? History, I assume.
Yes, history.
Okay, just check. Just you gotta check. You gotta check. 22.
Yeah, this is a very feared individual. He is a very old, very angry
Old.
giant. A
Um,
fire giant by the name of Farog Fassar. He is known for his um quick thinking, his knack for strategy, and his ruthlessness on the battlefield.
oh, I like this guy. I like this guy.
He is a bit
Also,
of a divisive member of the king's court, but he certainly excels in his job.
um, Crow, would it be
Yes?
disrespectful if I bowed to the king first? Like, how
It
do I
would
do this?
not be disrespectful to bow to the king first. You should bow to the king first.
Well, where my question was going, do I bow to the king first and then bow to the other guy, or just continue bowing to the king? Like, I
You
don't.
would bow to the king, and then you would bow to his court. You don't need to address him specifically.
Okay, I'm gonna bow to the king. I'm gonna do the the little bow to both of them, and stay on one knee.
Yes. Cesarite, he kind of just comes in. I apologize for this inconvenience. There was an urgent matter that I'm uniquely qualified to deal with. But please continue. Um, you were saying, Farog. you all see this fire giant as he gets up from his seat. I have seen these hill giants scour the countryside for as much produce as they can stuff their disgusting mouths with. I say we need to show them that Vimderol is not willing to take this offense lying down. This is a blatant show of disrespect for our people and the union that this city represents.
Mm.
Who is in agreement? Everybody else in the room kind of like nods their head. And he kind of sits back down in his chair. Cesarite kind of like sits up. Well, yes, I understand that perspective. And you see him use a floating disc conjured to sort of lift him up onto the table. Yes, I understand your perspective on that, but we have to understand that there's a different route of their desperation. You see, it's not necessarily that it's meant to disrespect us, but it's more so a plea, I believe, a sort of cry for help that they are struggling and we should support them. You're saying we should support the monsters that are attacking our people? Killing our tradesmen? No, not at all. But I am saying that this wouldn't be happening if there wasn't a lack of resources. And if Vimderol could possibly divert some of their resources to, how shall we say this? Efforts to, help these giants, then they would cease their attacking, I would presume. Yes, you would presume that. I would presume. And he gets up from his seat again and he sort of looks at the onto the table and he is glaring at Cesarite. I would presume that if we scare those blasted blithering idiots into never attacking our city again, that would solve the problem much quicker.
Bro, I have a question.
Yes, I understand your perspective. What's your question, Amdar? These two are just going back and forth. The king,
Bro.
he is very slightly turning his head when they speak. That is it.
Um, bro, have there been wars like this before?
I wouldn't necessarily call this a war, but
Have these kind of things happened in history a lot?
um not truly knowing the full perspective of it, kind of.
So
I mean,
my
hill
question
giant
is,
attacks aren't necessarily uncommon.
so
Well, they
my
are
question
pretty.
is that when these things happen between Cesarite's method and the Fire Giant's method, which do they always use?
Um Typically they try to ward them off with a
So
show of might.
okay, ooh,
Also, if you'd like to see what Farog Fassar looks like,
I would love that.
I have sent
Love
his
this guy.
art in
Oh my
the
god,
channel.
Yippee!
he's exactly as imagined. I love him. I love him. I'm suddenly on his side. I'm joking. I would never. I don't want to overstep and get stepped on. Bro, how do I
So,
do this while being respectful? You know what? Um, can I stand up? Can I just like stand up?
yes, you can. As you stand
Um,
up, Farog's eye darts to you.
um, I'm gonna bow to him in the traditional manner and get right back up. Um, sir, I hate to overstep. I know I am not exactly the best person. I am from Vimdurol from a long time ago. From what I remember, this things of this have been happening for how many years? You're a giant. You've lived for a very long time. How long has this been going on?
The
And
occasional
in
attack.
all those and in all those times, this has been going on. Every single time, at least from my knowledge of history, a show of might has been used to ward these giants off. But they always come back, don't they? It's a temporary measure. It's never been the ultimate solution. A friend of mine, Esther, I'm gonna gesture to Esther. We were traveling the countryside,
Oh,
and it seems that giants only attack things with resource. I don't, from what I've heard, they don't attack random people who have nothing to, who have nothing. They always have a reason. I
Precisely my
think
point.
Cesarite, I
Cesarite
think
creates a
Cesarite is
floating
right.
disc that's large enough for everyone in the party to get on.
I think Cesarite
Oh,
is
yeah.
right, and that we should show an act of compassion. Well, obviously, we don't want to let our guard down. We're not stupid after all. But I think showing an act of compassion and taking a chance might be able to change the tide of whatever's happening. And with that, I'm going to turn to the king.
Oh,
And
Oh
I'm
shit.
going to look at him. I'm going to look at him because in this entire courtroom, he's the one whose word demands respect. He is who is most important. So I'm gonna look at him to see if he has to see what he thinks.
Cesarite kind of like recognizes what you're trying to do, and he like bows his head a little bit. And the king looks at you, Amdar. His gaze feels almost alien, very
I'm gonna bow.
cold.
I'm gonna bow in the traditional method.
He gets up from his chair, his throne, and I believe what this elf says could be true. Your name, small one.
It is Amda. What is okay? My liege. What is the correct term in this situation?
My liege.
Um, it's my name is Amda, my liege. I am from Vimderol. Typically, I lived in the fire part of it.
Yes. I'm very glad that circumstances have brought you here.
Um,
I.
my circ- liege, my circumstances are not of very good news as this friend of mine, I'm going to gesture to as, is deathly ill. And the reason why we actually came here was for Cesarite's aid in that.
Well, let not matters of war be found more important than the matters of my people. Please,
Sounds like
Cesarite,
Optimus Prime.
excuse yourself from this court, so that you may properly aid this boy, and do not return until he is healthy. Cesarite bows honorably. He said, "Oh, yeah, yeah, of course, my liege, right away." And he kind of like gestures to everyone, like, "Come on, let's go."
Before we go, I'm going to bow to the fire giant to like demonstrate that I did not mean any disrespect by that.
He crosses his arms at you, and then he looks back to the king.
I'm going
The
to
king
scurry off now.
nods to you all. No. So, Cesarite leaves
Oh my god.
the room. Oh my
I'm going to
goodness.
follow.
Oh, yes. So, I'm very glad that we have um convened here. Yes. Um. So, I shall help us then. Yes. Um. Let's see.
Shit.
What is happening with him? What do you know about the boy?
Well,
Sal.
from.
Yep.
Go
Sal
Sal.
just.
No, go Sal.
Well, Um, terrible things have happened to my grandson's soul. And Cesarite lights up. Soul, you say? Yes, horrible things. We believe that it's splitting in two, or it has been split, and it's now
Oh wait,
fighting for dominance from the other half. It's incomplete, is the point. Oh yes, that is great. That is cause for grave concern. Um, are any of you familiar with the soul?
raise his hand, raise his hand, raise his hand.
Yes,
Pardon.
Amdar, your name was.
Um, well, while I am not able to, of course, no one is, but I, I'm gonna be a little. It's a little sheepish, but I'm like, I actually studied off of your research for my own pursuits in magic. Um, I tried to help the boy.
Yes. Well, that is the thing about soul magic. Unless, well, there are ancient texts.
Biological.
What?
Nothing. Nothing. Actually.
So
Nothing.
there are
Okay.
texts describing. Walk with me here, and he begins like taking you through the palace, having you guys go to his special little guest room, and he says, Yes, place as on the bed." And he begins like digging through books that he has, and he says, "Ah, yes, the ancient texts," and he begins opening these tomes and flipping through them that talk of a sort of um well, a soul user in the way that a magic user would be described, something like a wizard or a sorcerer. You see that when you channel magic through your body, it's you're simply manipulating the arcane energies that exist in and around you. Now, um, I see that everyone here is an adventurer. Yes, you all are not of the same kind of arcane tradition, are you?
Oh, most certainly not. We're all very far apart.
Yes.
Oh, that's fair.
Let's see. How do you cast, young lady? And he comes over to Violin.
Oh my god.
How do you
Oh my
use
god.
magic?
Um, I am. I am. I. 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 There's like steam
Yes.
coming out of her ears. I.
um,
Um.
sorry, didn't mean to put you on the spot there. Um, you. And he points to Esther. How do you cast magic,
Oh,
young lady?
okay, shit. Oh, I I myself am a wizard. She like
Ah,
just like touched like this crystal that's like
sorry, what was that?
B, no, B, come back. B, come back.
I just
Oh,
no no.
Gesture at the book. Gestures at book.
Okay, am I
Gestures at
better
book.
yet?
You're better right
Oh,
now.
well, okay. Yeah, Esther goes to like touch the crystal on like her neck. I myself use arcane focus. It is well, it is this.
yes. So, as a wizard, you require the usage of an arcane focus and your studies to combine your magical knowledge to manipulate the the arcane energies that surround you. I assume you, and he points to Amdar, are an artificer, yes?
Of course, yes.
A relatively new tradition, as it seems, but you use workmanship and your innate, shall we say,
Um,
connection to your craft in order to cast. Is this an inaccurate assumption?
um well, how I've always, it's very accurate actually, but how I've always thought is we use our equipment to channel it in a very simple way.
Yes, you use your skills of the trade and the tools of the trade. Sal here is a paladin. He uses an oath made and directed at a sort of divinity in order to channel power through him. And all of this is to say that all of that magic it permeates through our body. And what that ends up doing is that our body is magical. You are magical. Everyone in this room is magical, even if you don't know how to cast magic. Everyone has an inherent magic within them. Now, if you were to take this magic and sort of manipulate it, that, from what my research, is what soul magic is able to do. It is the ability to take the magic inherent in somebody and manipulate that. You see, typically that
So,
is the domain of death and undeath. Well, not necessarily undeath, because that is inherently without soul. But you understand what I'm saying, yes?
taking the battery of the mana and well, changing how it looks.
Precisely, yes. So if what you say is true, that as has been subjected to wait, wait. How did he get subjected to soul magic?
I'm gonna pull out the mask and toss it to him.
What is this? And he
Don't
picks
put
up the
it
mask.
on. Don't put
This
it on.
is that? Wait a minute. You see a fire that was present burn brightly with cess right here. This, and he starts pointing to the modified enchantment symbol. This. What do you see? What do you see? And he like runs up to Esther. What do you see?
Um,
Esther,
I don't know what's what, Croman.
you see on the back of the mask is a symbol of enchantment that has additional lines added to it, which would typically cause it to fail.
oh, how did I not notice this? Oh,
Huh. How would that work? Typically, that so if this is the cause for still being used too, what must there has to be some pattern to it, doesn't it? I mean, if
Yes,
you're able to buy enchantment to get the water,
yes, it would require it's very specific sort of symbols to work, and this should not work. But you said this is the inciting that this is the item that caused this problem.
yes, this
Yes,
has been something that's plagued us for the past couple weeks or so.
this is
Um,
something that has proven years of my research.
oh,
He runs over. This is a this is an artifact. This is beautiful. This is something that proves the existence of soul sigils. And with soul sigils being proven, then that means that um uh all of these. And he grabs out a book. This notebook that he has really like battered and like used. Like this is a used notebook. And he begins flipping and he says, aha! And he points onto this page. You see a symbol of enchantment, modified in exactly the same way that Cesarite has, or that the Az's mask has.
Pro, Amdar is smiling the most childish grin you're ever gonna see. He's finding someone as autistic as him.
Do you all understand what this means?
Besides you being right,
Oh, besides me being right, this means that I simply need to look for the text to find some sort of disenchantment. I know that there was a book around here somewhere that talked about an exorcist of the soul, but I thought that was necromantic dribble. You know how self-important necromancers can be in their writing. I mean, they think they're the shit. But
they think the master of souls.
no, not
Rep-
typically. Is that a quote from literature?
No, that's actually a quote from the person that made this mask. At least we presume.
And who made it?
A naga of some sort.
A naga. A, a naga?
Have you been to Moss?
I've spent some time there. I mean, I visited Sal a couple times. Yes.
References? Have you ever seen references of a name Marwa?
Oh, not once. No. I, I've not seen any
Oh god.
references of a name Maror.
Oh, well, we just so happened to have defeated him about a week ago, I
You fought
presume.
a living Naga?
Yes, and we slaughtered it.
You slaughtered it! Oh,
I may
my
have died in the. The only thing we lost was me dying in the process.
Oh. Oh, sorry to hear about that. I'm glad that you're up and kicking right now. I just. Okay. I. This is hard for me to say, but I. I think I can help Az, but I don't know how right now. There will be an answer.
Um,
Right now, if there was a miracle, we could take him to some kind of exorcist of this kind, but unfortunately, I'm sure most every kind of soul exorcist would be a recluse, locked away, or some kind of lich.
gulp.
In any case,
Raise his hand. Raise his hand.
yes,
Oh, well, this is a very mild. There is a reason I myself have come to Vindral. There are, as hard as it is to go off of legends, there's been tale of a secret library within the city that hold ancient lost knowledge. So if it is something like soul magic, perhaps if this text still exists, it could be found there.
that sounds wonderful. Yes, depending on how old the library is, of course. You would be able to find most anything on soul magic. Also, um, sorry, that was not meant to be incessorite. I just got really into character. Also,
No,
um,
no, that's perfect.
Amdar, Velan, and Luca, you you three remember that Tanger had transported. Yes, Tanger had transported somebody with similar symptoms
Wait,
to Vimderol,
wait. Oh my god, hold on
presumably
a second.
before Cesarite had made it there.
Okay,
So
can
I
I
I
roll
posit
history?
I posit a question to you. How would they be able to get treated if Cesarite was not present? Also, you can roll history, Amdar.
My thing is, from I'm rolling history to see if I can remember what part of Bimderol she specified.
Mm-hmm.
Um, how was a 25 do?
You remember that she had mentioned it was somewhere near the Stone Ward.
Um, actually, funnily enough, we do have Cesarite. I have heard of people of such capability or similar. Um, a
What
family
do you
friend of Az's and Sal's, I don't, yes, um, said that once upon a time they delivered something when they were in their pirating era, sadly, but they delivered something to someone who they claimed was an exorcist. They didn't specify soul, but it's
You?
close.
4, 5, 6? 6. I'll say 6. Go! Right now!
Oh no, because I wanted to stay with
What?
Cesarite. I
All
wanted
of
to
you!
stay with
All
Cesarite.
of you! I need you. No. As much as I need to talk to you later, all of you cannot pass up this opportunity. Time is of the essence. The poor boy is practically dying. I can't help him. I'll stay here and conduct my own research, see if there's anything I can do, lest these rumors are untrue. But if there truly is an exorcist within this city, you need to find them as fast as you humanly can. Do you understand
Yes,
me?
sir. Yes, sir.
This is not only a matter of
We
my research,
that
this is a matter of Az's life.
I partially want to suggest like something to like slow the effects to him because he's a high level wizard. He has to have something that can slow the effects,
I
like an
well,
anti magic field.
I don't know if an anti-magic field would work.
Why not try it?
I would worry that the
Fair
soul magic
point.
that
My bad.
is currently afflicting him is also in part keeping him alive. If I were
Don't
to
answer that.
suddenly If I were to
Really?
suddenly subject an anti-magic field to this poor boy, I don't know what horrible things could happen. Magic and anti-magic
I'm
interact very curiously. So
suddenly really glad we didn't try to dispel it.
good.
Yeah.
But let's go.
If you
B?
if you would not mind, I believe we should probably be taking that up. Am I right?
You are roboing a little bit.
Not.
Oh. Yeah. Just tell me what's better.
Just do the meow meow meow. It usually
No.
works.
Meow, meow,
Okay, it made it worse. My bad.
Okay. Can I assume that the 6 of you are willing to go to the specific ward?
Oh yeah.
Stone Ward.
Great. The Stone
God.
Ward.
Guys, I'm feeling so autistic right now. Amdar's being very autistic right now. Whoa, why did we
Would-
take... No. We are leaving the Master Says, right? He needs to study it.
Would I know how to navigate the stone area?
Oh, absolutely, Luca.
Okay.
You would know
As for-
you would know which alleyways are the fastest to cut through. You know
Heck?
Okay. I was a
I'm gonna
little
translate to
confused there.
Velan. I'm gonna translate to Velan and Luca that Stone Ward. Oh my god.
Hydrate?
Hydrate, leave and rejoin. Just try that.
What's up with that?
I
don't
have
know.
no idea.
It's scaring me. Sounds like an alien invasion. Scaring me. There you are, Hydrate. It's fixed.
Okay, good. There is no Anyway.
Oh,
Oh,
can I
why?
roll
What's up with
history if I've ever heard of some exorcists in the town?
Oh, absolutely roll history.
Oh, yay! Okay, now I'm locked in.
So we know
Oh,
that
and
it's
I'm-
in the Stone Ward. We know it's in the Stone Ward. Now we're trying to pinpoint it even further by someone who knows how that place runs. It's perfect.
And I'm proficient? Let's fucking go.
I'm ready with Flash of Genius just in case.
I got a 27.
A 27.
We're
You
chilling.
remember that a while ago that there was a circus that had come to Vimderol. This circus had various different acts, but one of them was a trapeze artist. They were very skillful from what you had heard, but they were also somewhat of a fortune teller and exorcist. Many people who had claimed that they were cursed had gone to the show and they were actually brought in as part of the act. The exorcist would then use some kind of magic that was unbeknownst to the crowd to free them of this spirit.
Okay. Would I know if that show is still in the area?
You know that circus had disbanded long ago.
Okay.
Their circus ring is actually still there.
Wouldn't hurt to check it.
But as for the members of that circus, they are long gone.
I mean, still doesn't hurt to check. You never know.
Yeah, we could ask somebody. Maybe there's somebody around there that's knowing of like maybe where this person had went.
Of course.
Or maybe there's someone who we could probably hear rumors of like people who are from the circus who are near the circus, presumably.
Sure. In any case, are you all setting off?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
I'm
Great.
so excited.
Wait, before we go, I do want to try and like maybe replicate the symbol on a piece of paper because maybe that'll help. I feel like that's an important little detail that we're just
Yeah.
kind of overlooking right now.
I mean, hey, you can swipe the mask unbeknownst to them, if you'd like,
Oh,
or you can just.
Well, I don't want to just do that because he has to research it.
Well, Cesarite already
uh,
knows what the symbol looks like, so
we'll
I'll
we'll
say
swipe
this:
the mask.
he's not going to lose out on anything by not having that. He has documented
I mean,
instances of that mask symbol.
fair point. Yeah, let's just
Okay,
joint the
then
mask.
yeah, I will take this. I will take the mask.
Great.
Yeah, I will take the mask.
Sal, he says, I'm going to stay here, see if anything from my journeys can help Cesarite.
Good
I
luck,
trust
Sal.
you four can take care of my grandson.
We will certainly try.
I know you'll succeed. And with that,
Oh.
you're all taken to the Stone Ward.
I was about to say, if you said we're gonna end session, I was gonna kill myself.
Oh no.
It's only been 2 hours.
Absolutely.
Fair point. God,
I'll
I'm so
say
excited.
this. It has been a day. And as the party rushes through the various areas of the wards, Luca actually manages to take you all through the Stone Ward, bringing you to various areas. Violin as well, you've heard of this circus as well. You also remember hearing about that sort of thing. So you and Luca, in combination with each other, managed to guide the party to. I'm sorry. Were we going to go check out the circus grounds?
I feel like we should. I feel like we should because like that's hints.
Okay.
Also because
Subtle
what if it's an
foreshadowing.
evil layer? My bad.
You guys managed to make it to this very frigid area. It's gone from about midday to almost sunset. So shadows are being cast, and it's almost a bit eerie in this cold.
So, um, I don't know if this is like at all useful, but Crow, I want to cast Detect Magic.
Detect magic?
Yes. Thoughts are, if there's an exorcist, he's probably glowing to me.
Sure. You cast detect magic, and Amdar, you're looking around. I'm sorry, what's the radius on detect magic again?
Let me check. I believe it's 30 feet. Where are you, Detect Magic? Yes, it is 30 feet.
Great. Just on the fringe of that,
Oh my
you
god.
detect magic. You detect a small stone in the hands of someone who looks to be about 8 feet tall.
I'm going to walk up to them. Slowly.
As you begin to walk up to them, they sort of stop.
Um, hello. Um, I hate to bother you, but these are, well, these are my friends, and we're currently looking for a certain someone from around this part of town who used to be a part of the circus, presumably. Um, I I hate to ask, but are you at all familiar with any of this?
This person is silent. The air is blowing. It's cold.
I
And
don't like this.
this, presumably Goliath, stands sort of hunched over. She's holding on to something. And as you kind of get close to her, you see her eyes are these pale white
Okay,
things.
Crow.
What are you?
Can I
Who are
wait?
you looking
Who?
for? Her
I
voice
don't
reaches
have
barely above a whisper.
um Ma'am, I do not have an exact name, but an exorcist of sorts. We heard of them from a friend, and we're looking for him as we require his help with a very important task.
You're with the guard.
Do we have Az with us?
Yes, you have Az with you.
Gonna gesture to Az with my left hand. I'm not gonna give my right hand
Running
upwards.
out of
You're not with the guard.
No, we aren't. I swear upon it. I am not here looking for any criminals of some sorts. No. I'm just looking to help my friend.
You don't look like you're with the guard. You need help. He needs help. And she very meekly points at Az.
He very much needs help.
Very well. For a small amount of coin, we can help.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
for your
you.
patronage.
This
And
is why I kept some of my coin, everybody.
before she manages to begin moving, she stops herself and she looks down. You're not allowed to tell of this to anyone. We must keep hidden. We're not wanted by most.
As long as you can help him,
She has stone,
no
right?
one will ever hear. No one will ever hear a word about this.
She begins walking past you, and she
Don't steal Az from me.
kind of
Don't steal Az.
whispers, They label him a necromancer. They are wrong. He's an exorcist. And
That
she
is-
kind of walks to one of the old rundown tents. She kind of beckons to everyone to follow her.
We're following, and that is certainly what we need. An exorcist. Dun dun dun.
You see underneath one of the carpets that are sort of laid out here, she kind of knocks on the stone in a specific pattern.
First off, Crow, can I try and memorize the pattern?
Yes. Roll me a history
Okay.
check.
It was 2 seconds. That's fair, actually. Let me find history real quick.
I'm
I'm
saying to
thinking
commit it
in
to
case
memory.
if we ever have to come back here, I mean, it's gonna help. That's a 21.
You remember it. I'll
Okay,
say just
I'm
like
just
make
gonna,
a note of that.
in case we ever come back here, of course. That is why I'm doing this.
Yeah.
Raise hand.
Looks at B. Looks at B, who just raised hand. Looks at B.
Yes, B?
Yes. Yeah, you said she had a right? Or am I crazy?
I'm sorry. What was that? You said she had a stone or something?
Yeah, you said she had a stone, or I'm just crazy.
No, I did say she had a stone.
Magic. It's ascending stone. It's
It's
ascending
ascending
stone.
stone.
Yeah, I figured.
Oh, okay.
As a matter of fact, she
didn't
pulls
know.
out the sending stone and she begins muttering into it, barely audible.
Oh God, I should have
Oh,
handed my
bitch.
understanding.
Oh,
I
But
should have
after
handed
the
my
knock-
understanding stone to.
After the knock, you see the stone crumbles away and you see a stairwell.
oh.
Follows lady.
She leads everyone
This is a
down.
Yeah.
There is very faint light. It's this bluish purple in hue by these little splits of fire that almost seem like they're just there. Like they're not like lit torches or lanterns. It's just fire kind of just on the walls here.
Fun.
And as everyone is led down,
What?
She brings you all to a door. If you'll excuse me, I have to
Can I
announce you.
What did you say, Crow? I'm sorry.
She whispers, if you'll excuse me, I have to announce you to the master.
I'm gonna bow a little bit.
Oh, but it's him! It's him! I know!
She
Guys, it's a guys. We
enters
all
the
know it's Inigo
door
Master, but
and
whatever.
closes it softly.
Oh my god, is this
Yeah,
silly?
This is gonna be him, guys.
Oh, wait, I remembered.
And as she
Cute.
knocks on the
Also,
door,
could I-
the same knock that Amdar remembered. You were saying, B?
I was just gonna say, I'm gonna stick close to that. This is suspicious as fuck.
Okay. Amdar, you recognize that knock as the knock that she had done previously. Will you enter?
Yes.
You enter the room. As you all open, as you all enter, you see this massive, massive underground area. These same lights line the areas. You see various tables with what seem to be chopped up um creatures. You see cabinets half opened, and you see a massive expanse of bookshelves, all filled to the brim with what appear to be ancient tomes. As you all enter, you feel a chill run down your spine. You see what you first assume to be spider webs completely fill the ceiling. These strings, almost translucent, cover the ceiling. And you see what looks to be a cocoon. This cocoon begins to fall, unraveling what is inside of it. Inside this cocoon is a humanoid, a very thin person. From the speed at which he falls, you can tell that he's covered in stitches, and his body hits the floor with a crack.
Oh.
No
One,
blood is
one.
spilt.
Couple things. Despite the cold, autism shines when I see all the books.
Mhm.
Two, I am very curious about the strings and partially think about my own strings. And third,
Mhm.
I immediately step forward with a startled expression when the guy falls. What the fuck?
Yeah, his body just kind of lies there.
Is he dead?
I should clarify.
Please tell me he's not dead.
No.
His body begins to twitch. And
Oh, he's alive,
almost
Luca.
as though he's being brought up by strings of his own, you see his body begin to animate. A chuckle
Oh.
erupts from him. Fooled you, he says as he comes up. His white, bushy hair is enormous with a single purple streak. You see one of his eyes normal, the other one bulging, massive, fucked up. He kind of hobbles over to you, definitely broken some bones, but he kind of pulls on some strings that materialize out of almost nowhere. And as he does, his limbs extend. You all hear crack, crack, crack as his bones reconform.
Crow, all of a sudden, I am not autistic. This reminds me way too much of my own predicament. Oh, God.
I love
The
him.
Goliath woman bows in a very respectful manner, one that you recognize Amdar doing quite a lot in that war room. She looks up at him and she says, "I introduce you all to the Needle Master."
Hello, my name's Needle. Needle Master, nice to meet you. What are your names?
The name's Amdar. Also, are you sure your name's not Master?
Nope, it's
Actually,
Needle.
that's a little weird. Just checking. I had to check.
So, you're Amdar. What's yours, yours, and yours? And his? Is he dying?
Yes, he's dying. As.
Great. Well, as nice to meet you.
And you see that he sort of takes some string that wraps around his Az's limp wrist and it puppets him up and he shakes the Needle Master's hand.
Oh, that's not creepy at all.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
oh, that's a fun one. Anyway, you,
And he goes over to Esther.
tiefling, right?
Oh. Oh,
Your name?
Esther?
Nice to meet you, Esther.
He puts his hand out.
Okay, yeah, I'll shake his hand. But she's very hesitant about it. She looks a little freaked out.
As you grab his
Oh.
hand, his entire arm falls out of its socket. And he goes, "Ah!" You see that strings connecting the shoulder to his socket then get pulled taut, and he says,
Sorry about that. I haven't gotten to perform for a while. I missed this. Anyway,
Oh,
And
you're a
you're-
performer
God.
too.
yes, I am.
This is
You certainly seem like the performative type. Your
Oh, very
name?
much so. Luca Hawthorne at the service.
Luca Hop. I remember a name like that. Yeah, do I remember a name like that?
you see his like big eye kind of like goes down and it kind of just like looks like all like control of it is just gone.
Nope, don't remember that. But nice to meet you. Now I will remember it, and I'll remember you. Anyway,
Bro, I don't like this man.
and you
I love
are
him.
Mistral.
Huh?
He's talking to Violin.
What is that? The animated
Mrs.
TV show. Hydrate.
Hydrate, hun.
Hydrate.
Hydrate. Hydrate. Hydrate. Oh, hydrate.
Are you speaking?
Are
Because
you
we
real?
cannot hear you.
You exist.
Valen just too traumatized, guys. Hydrate. We
Here, leave and rejoin. Leave and rejoin.
Bro, this guy reminds me too much of myself. I don't like this. I don't like the strings. I don't like them.
I love him. He's
Hydrate,
my favorite
hello?
ever.
Hello?
Hello, Hydrate.
Hi.
Hydrate.
Oh,
we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Oh, did not hear me more. I was like screaming the whole time about how much I love him.
I'm so sorry.
Well, okay.
It did not want the world to know.
But yeah.
Discord did not
Let
want
me
the world to
begin
know
the
how much we love
stream.
him.
Hold on. Okay. So, with her very sweaty palms, she goes to shake his hand, and she's like, "Hi, my name's Steven.
Oh, Villain.
Nice to meet you."
That's a very
Well,
nice
like,
name. You seem like a very nice
flipping-
person, Villain.
Flipping between his eyes. Like-
Pick one. Pick one. Pick one. No, it's fine. All right.
She picks his regular one.
Excellent choice. You know, a lot of people like to pick that one, but some brave few like to pick this one.
And he like pokes the big eye. You hear it squish,
Oh.
and like a strand of like eye fluid like stays on his finger, and he like kind of like wipes it.
Retracts her hand and turns the other way and like puts her head in her hands. Like,
I hate to say this, but Amdar has like a morbid look of curiosity on his face.
Sorry
I
about
love
that.
him.
He like grabs a glass. He grabs a glass vial, and he like
Okay.
and he puts an eye drop on his eye.
Alrighty. Now that that's squared away, and I have introduced myself to all five of you. What? Wait a minute, 6. And he like
No.
he goes over
Nope.
and he like crouches down to Amdar's left hand.
6 of you. Hi.
Oh.
No,
Oh.
that one's just me as well.
Oh no, pal. That's not you. I'm talking
I'm
about
gonna
this.
And he grabs your left hand.
I left.
Nice
Oh
to
my
meet you.
God. Shut up. Oh my god.
Oh. I'm gonna grab the ring on my left finger. Yeah, I guess he does count. He does count.
He does. And I'd like to have a conversation with him later. Anyway, so
You can.
we're doing a simple exorcism, right? Here, bring the
Um,
patient onto this table.
And he like grabs what you think is like an owlbear arm and just like throws it across the room. Before
I
it
don't
hits
like his
the wall, it just catches, like strings catch it and suspend it in midair. You see he's grabbing vials and things, and then he grabs a giant needle.
There we go. So,
I'm gonna
put him
bring.
down. Come on.
I'm gonna bring Ash to the table. I'm scared. I don't want to do this. I'm scared.
Violin is gonna hold Ez's hand while he's laying on the table.
You're probably not going to want to do that.
He says to you, Violin.
I swear, he better say you're in the splash zone. He better say you're in the splash zone.
He grabs pins and he starts jabbing them into Az's body.
Oh
One
my
on each
fucking
of his
God.
hands, one on each of his ankles, and you see
So
he's about to do one onto Az's head. And then he stops.
Oh.
Bad idea.
Throws that pin away.
That's not good. That is very not good. Okay. So do you guys know why what's up with his forehead? Do you guys know?
Looks at Esther with the mask.
Oh, okay. She's gonna like hand them out. There is a whole soul situation going on. I
Oh,
don't
wonderful.
exactly know the
You brought
details of
this?
what's happening.
I see.
And then you see the
Yes.
Needlemaster snaps, and a bunch more strings become visible to everyone around.
Oh,
Wait, what does he snap?
He
I don't
snaps
think I
his
can
fingers, and a
I was about to
whole
say.
bunch of strings become visible. You see strings connecting him to all of you. You see strings connecting Amdar to the Goliath lady.
Needlemaster says, "Oh, I'm so sorry. That's Thread Speaker, by the way. She's my assistant. A licensed medical professional as well. A licensed medical professional.
Oh God, I
Anyway.
remember this lady.
Anyway, yes.
And you see a bunch of strings are connecting the mask to Az's face.
So you see all those?
And he like kind of waves the mask around, and you see the strings waving too.
Yes, I
Yeah.
think we do.
Normally you don't see that. And normally that's because those shouldn't be there.
You see that the Needlemaster's like messed up eye there's a flame, a purple flame that's sort of in a symbol sort of floating above the eye. And as you look around to your companions, that same symbol appears over that same eye to all of you.
So,
Oh my God, this
Yeah.
is a cool concept.
that's a bit of a problem.
So cool.
And he kind of like grabs all the strings and he pulls Az up, and you see his head begins to retch up. And he goes,
Yep, that's not getting off. Okay.
boom. And he like puts the mask down by the side.
He says, okay, this is a bit of a problem. Actually, let's get a look at his soul.
And you see the Needlemaster grabs a pair of rusted scissors.
He says, you guys probably shouldn't watch this. It's
I'm
kind
gonna
of
watch.
traumatizing, and you probably aren't gonna have a good time sleeping tonight. So, if you don't want to see me horribly mutilate your friend, look away.
For science purposes, I am actually going to watch. I am morbidly curious.
Who is
I'm
watching and
watching.
who is
Would
not?
look, or would
I
she
am
look
watching.
away? See, I want Viola to look for the sake of like she wants to make sure Az is okay, but also like she is disgusted the whole time.
Okay.
I'm
She
looking
will
for
be
the purpose of
traumatized.
finding out how the hell he does this.
Here, hydrate. Velan can look away, and I can tell you if he's okay or not.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank
He's
you.
dying, he's dying, he's not dying,
go.
he's
Yeah,
dying.
as
I
would like
assume. Yeah. B.
yeah, Esther would like clasp a hand over her eyes and can't she like open her fingers like more than the experience too.
The Needle Master cracks his knuckles.
He says, "All right, time to clock in."
And he plunges the scissors into Az's chest, and he begins cutting open his body. You see the Needle Master grabs a saw that Thread Speaker hands to him, and he begins sawing open Az's rib cage. The sternum is completely separated. Needle Master then, you see, takes a smaller needle and sews these threads around each rib, and as he pulls it all taut, you see his rib cage opens up.
I'm gonna look over at Luca to be like, don't mention any of this to Velan. Do not mention any of this to Velan.
Velan,
I just
you're
give
just
him like a thumbs up.
you're hearing the sounds of cut flesh and cracking
No,
bone,
no,
the
no.
squelching of
Velan,
Az's innards, and you all hear
Ew.
his heart beating.
Why did you do that so well?
I know. Oh my god, what the fuck?
You
guys?
all
That's
see the
horrible.
Needle Master grab Az's
Mm.
heart,
mm.
and
I need
he
to
begins
start
to lift it up.
crying.
However, he doesn't actually lift up his heart. Instead, he lifts up this mass of arcane energy. Amdar, you recognize this because this is what you were for a while. It's this
I,
amorphous glob of greenish purplish energy. You see that it's almost swirling with this black inkiness in there. And Needle says,
Oh boy, that is
I'm gonna
interesting.
smile at it. I'm gonna smile at it. Weirdly enough.
the Needle Master begins like picking apart these black strands.
He says, "Oh, that's gross."
He like sniffs it.
Um,
Ugh. Oh my god. Yeah, we
What
need to
is
get rid
that?
of that. This is a leech. Well, not really. It's here. The best way I can explain it to you is, let's say you have a body, right? That body can then get infected with a parasite.
And the Needle Master then like waves this thing around and he just skewers it on a pin, and he like has that pin hoisted into the air.
Yeah, every little piece here,
And he begins tearing off these black tendrils that are grasping at Az's soul. He begins to peel them off like he's taking the skin off of an orange and putting these pieces all up.
it's so a body can get infected with a parasite, which feeds off the sustenance that you then provide that body with, right?
And he begins
so
he pulls an especially long black tendril that begins waving wildly. Ow, 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 ah, ah, and he like quickly does a motion with his hand, and that entire thing stops.
Oh. Whew.
He kind of like moves it and he continues with his work.
So, Az's soul here, Az, right? That's his name?
yes.
His soul is infected with an especially nasty parasite. That parasite actually being somebody else's soul. Now, I assume this person is dead.
I think we killed him.
Yes, we did.
Yes, that would explain why it's all gangrenous and violent. Now, normally, when somebody dies, their soul is taken by a deity known as Mortifer. I assume some of you are religious.
Gonna gulp.
Asher
Gonna
raises
gulp a
her
little
hand.
bit. I'm gonna gulp a little bit.
Now, Mortifer is typically portrayed in a lot of stories as a crow that will guide somebody's soul to their
Oh my
appointed
god.
afterlife. He'll take you either to the abyss, nine hells, Mount Celestia, all this fun stuff. Now, as you can see,
And he like rips some of it off the soul, and as like twinges a little bit.
oh, touched a nerve there. huh.
Bro.
No, so, sorry. Doing the voice is very taxing on the throat. So, Mortifer brings you to the afterlife, but since fragments of this person's soul have not gone there, that means that it cannot be reincarnated. That means that cannot, it can't really do anything. It just sort of exists. And
So
if you've ever existed as a soul without a body, you kind of know that you're not really happy, and that's not really a good thing. You need a vessel to inhabit. You need to either be a spirit, or you need to be in a physical form.
it's not very fun. I
It's
can confirm.
You can confirm.
I'll tell you about it afterwards.
Good.
It's not fun.
Anyway, so what's happening here is that
And he takes the last black tendril off of Az's soul.
your friend's soul here has been sharing space with somebody else's soul for a prolonged amount of time. Now, these two roommates aren't exactly friends with each other. As a matter of fact, they're trying to fight for control of the body. Now, the reason that this mask has so many attachments to it is because it was clearly designed to keep one of the souls in power. And something you'll notice,
He snaps his fingers and he lets all the tendrils go. They begin whipping about wildly, and they begin to magnetize not towards Az's soul, but to the mask. He holds up the mask, which has all the tendrils writhing on the back of it.
you do not want this on your face. Do we know how long this was on his face?
By our rough estimates, possibly a couple months.
Sorry. Bit of a involuntary reaction there. That's not good. Do you know, did he ever seem weird, out of character, some might say? Almost
Yes,
like
yes,
he had a split personality?
yes.
He occasionally had moments, yes.
Yeah, that wasn't him. Part of that was I'm sure. Let's see, Luca, right? You spent time with him, I assume. When you were
Yes.
talking to him, did you describe to me the two distinct personalities that he had?
So one was very like particular about breaking some string, I guess. And
Good luck, buddy.
the other, of course, as was very kind and sweet. But
Yeah.
this other person, oh sorry, I just realized I'm not even doing the voice. This other person was like what's the say? What's the say? Um very particular about becoming free in their own person.
Absolutely.
So Hellcat.
Halkek, that's the name?
I think so. I
Sounds
think that's what his
Yanti.
name was.
Yeah, I
Oh
remember a
yeah.
Yanti named Halkek. Married to Ina, right?
Yes.
Do you remember a Naga named Maror?
Oh yeah, Maror. He was very full of himself. A lot of the literature was just talking about how great he was. He wasn't that great.
Master of Souls?
Yes, he did call himself the Master of Soul. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I don't think he was ever credited as being an exorcist. So, any case, um, this mask. So, what he needs, what Az needs right now, is supplement, soul supplement. He needs something that is neutral, that his soul can sort of just absorb. You know,
Oh.
because there was so his soul and the mask were fighting for control the whole time. Did he ever undergo a physiological change?
Yes, in fact.
He
When he
did.
put the mask when he put the mask back on after a very long time without it.
Hmm.
Couple days at least. But
So
yes.
think
Um
of that like an addiction. I know that some people like to tobacco. They like to chew it, and you know it's an addictive substance. So if you go cold turkey, which would be removing the mask, and then you go right back into it, it's worse than ever. That same principle applies here. He was so he was he went from no exposure and himself to entirely too much exposure. Not to mention, I'm sure that he was brutally attacked in his other personality to the point where it was weakened. His spirit was weakened to the point where the tenderly Halkek personality could take over for a prolonged period of time.
my apologies for part of that. May have beat him up. I may have beat him up, guys. My bad.
Okay,
My bad, guys.
which one did you beat up?
Um, both of them. But we beat up the Hellcat version much more.
Did you beat him up while he was ever his nice, normal as self?
Um, no, I don't believe so.
Then you are not part of the problem. Anything that would be
Oh,
part of
thank
the
God.
problem is any sort of damage that you take when you're your normal self. If there are two souls fighting for, by the way, um, Needlemaster starts walking over. He says, Thread Speaker, can you go find some neutral soul supplement? And Thread Speaker's like, right away. And she runs over to one of the cabinets and she starts looking at vials and jars. And the Needlemaster says, what's important to know is that when somebody is dying and you can tell that their fire to fight is gone, that is a real tangible thing. That's not an expression when somebody loses their spirit, quote unquote. They are actually losing part of their soul. It weakens in that moment because your soul is derived from your personality and blah, 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 blah. I'm sure you people don't need to hear this whole spiel, but the whole thing is when you lose your spirit, that allows anything else, like let's say a ghost. You know, ghosts, they possess the body and puppet you around essentially. That's what's happening here, but on a much more horrible, terrible, no good, very bad scale. In any case, and he takes the soul supplement and he opens it. You see this very white, milky, neutral substance that he carries. I'm going to graft this onto his soul. And he begins wrapping as his soul in it. You see, he's very delicate with his hands. A lot of the patchwork stitching of his body is almost in juxtaposition to how carefully the Needle Master works with this soul. He is very delicate. He, despite, looking like a quack, he knows what he's doing.
God, I love him. I'm so morbidly curious. You don't realize, Crow.
He keeps grabbing soul supplement. He's gone through about 5 bottles, and you can see
Oh
that
god.
as he grafts it onto as his soul, it begins to change its color to that green. He says, okay, good, it's
Mm.
acclimating. As his fever begins to clear up slightly, his breathing is less ragged, and he seems to be doing better, despite having a giant hole in his chest. Needlemaster says, all right, I think we are good. I'm just going to carefully take this. And he's very delicate, very careful. Put it back down, and great. And then he snaps his fingers, all the restraints on Az's chest fly off, and almost by magic, I mean entirely by magic, you see his chest close up with no visible wound except a very faint scar along his chest going straight down.
So I have the urge to say when you said neutral soul substance essence and didn't tell us where we were getting it, I 100% thought we were gonna kill people to get it.
Oh no. I mean, you can do that, but that's not recommended.
He just he just addressed the fourth wall.
Oh shit, sorry. You didn't
No,
hear
that's really
anything.
funny, actually.
Anyway,
Um
well, that should be it.
um
Great.
I she mentioned payment of some sorts and
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Let's see. What's the I don't know, like 20 gold pieces. Is that fair?
You just saved this young man. I feel like you deserve much more than that.
Oh, well,
I
I mean,
fear.
whatever. But yeah, he should
Oh,
be
so this
fine.
guy.
Give it a day, and then his soul will acclimate to the soul supplement, and then he'll be fine. If not, take him right back here.
Um,
I'll fix my job. Totally free.
um, well, thank you. I'm gonna
Should,
hand him 20 gold.
He takes the 20 gold.
Oh,
should we
Um,
worry about the scar on his chest?
oh no, that's just an indicator that the soul supplement is there. Once once that heals, the scar will actually heal over.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yep. Trust me, for somebody who has done quite a lot of work on his own body, I think I'm pretty good at fixing others, right?
um,
Oh, Velan,
oh
you
my
can turn
god,
around now. He's fine.
Oh,
I
okay.
actually
And
can't
she
heal it.
turns around.
You see Az lying there, completely unharmed. He
Yes.
looks like he's doing so much better.
Okay. Then I'll hold his hand and
Yeah. Um,
yeah.
do you mind if I keep this?
And he points to the mask.
Um,
By the way, you guys cannot see
Um.
the tendrils wriggling around on it anymore. You
uh,
cannot see any of the strings that had appeared once
Hmm.
Needlemaster had previously
oh,
snapped his fingers.
I actually kind of wanted to keep the mask. You know why?
Why?
Um, well, Amdar is he's gonna grow a little quiet for that one, actually.
Amdar,
Um,
I don't know who you are. I don't know what you're gonna do, but I can tell you this: that mask, if that is reintroduced to his body, you
um,
could cause problems. And if that's, I mean, I don't know what the hell happened to the rest of Halkek's soul, but if any shard of that soul can reconstitute by, I mean, like, soul supplemental means or otherwise, you're looking at Halkek coming back.
um, okay. Out of character here. God damn it. I had that backup plan. I don't know if that's even viable. Ugh. The mask was totally the backup
Probably.
plan.
Oh yeah, the backup
I
plan.
can't
Forgot about
Luca,
that.
I don't trust this.
you can ask him any and all questions.
Um, well, I had a purpose in mind for that mask in particular.
And that was,
Well, we're adventurers, and there's always the time when we are close to losing.
mm-hmm,
And that was meant to be a last ditch effort plan, because whenever Az put on that mask, he always grew in strength. So it was the thought that if we were against something we would undoubtedly lose against,
Wait.
we might as well take that gamble.
Why are you letting him
Yemen
do
looks
that?
at Amdar like, were you planning on telling us that?
No, because I knew you would take it from me.
Well, now we should take it from you.
I have fair reason to believe I would not be affected by the side effects.
Oh my god,
Oh,
no.
trust me, Amdar. You don't know the half of it. You're in over your head, pal.
Master.
Yeah,
Okay,
listen to the
out
one
of
who knows
character.
what they're doing.
Out of
Amdar,
character, my logic is that if I already have a soul in my body, another soul can. I mean, I already have 2 souls inside my body.
Your
I
body
can't have
can't
a third.
handle a third one.
Yeah, you'll probably explode.
Well,
And then
Amdar,
remember,
you already
remember.
have one guest wriggling around in there. You don't need a second.
Speaking of guests, can I ask you a few questions on
Absolutely.
something?
Of course you can. I mean, I'm here to answer questions. I'm here to do anything. No. Amdar, I'm gonna be so real with you. I'm gonna be entirely upfront and honest. Do not do whatever the fuck you are planning. That is gonna be the single worst idea I have ever heard anybody
So
say in my
basically,
presence.
this is Crow's in canon way of telling me that was never going to work.
Not only is there a very small chance of that actually acclimating to you, you also present the risk of harming Az even more.
yeah.
His soul is
very
going
fair.
to need time to heal. He'll be active and he'll look fine, but it will be years till his soul is brought back to being full. And I swear to you, if for a single moment in his life before that time is up, before his soul is fully healed, if Halkek's soul is reintroduced into his body, we're back to square one. Keeping that mask around in your possessions, especially, is a terrible idea.
Oh no, B.
The fact that you said my possession specifically makes me really worried that I'm at risk.
Now,
That's fair, I guess.
And he kind of
That's very
turns his
fair.
head to you, Luca.
you have some questions for me.
Okay, so hypothetically,
Mhm.
let's say, okay, so performer to performer, right?
Mm.
Um, let's say you have a boss that
Yes.
gives you your powers, right? And you go off because you don't want to be a part of that boss's thing because that boss is really, really bad.
Mm-hmm.
And so you go and make a deal with another person, but the person's like, fuck you. Maybe we're gonna have this deal no matter what. And you're not too quite sure on what's going on exactly because you haven't had contact with said boss in forever, and I haven't had contact with the other one, so I'm in the middle of which string is tugging my ankle right now.
Here, let me see.
Oh.
Let me see.
And you see the Needle Master puts that enchantment on himself and only himself, and he kind of starts walking around you. He starts tugging on strings, and he tugs on one. Violin, you feel your body just like lurch forward as though you're being pulled, and you get pulled towards Luca.
No, not that one.
He pulls on one, and Amdar, you feel your body tug a little bit.
Huh. Not as strong as I'd thought.
And then he pulls on another one. Robo Amdar gets launched forward. Ah!
Okay,
Oh, what?
I'm talking to you about that later.
And he points to Amdar.
All right.
Let's see. What about this one?
And he begins to tug on something. He looks like he's just pulling on the air. Luca, every time he tugs on it in a specific way, you feel your back kind of get pulled.
Uh-huh. Luca, are you feeling anything?
Yeah, something with my back.
Ooh. Not your neck, your back.
Back. Oh my god.
I swear to fucking God. I swear to God. All right.
Yes, my back.
We're not going to make that reference because this is a really scary moment in the campaign. I need all of you to be scared.
Sounding like that.
Bro, I'm being so real. I'm not scared. I'm morbidly curious.
I know you're
What's the
morbidly
problem?
curious because you're scared of everything that isn't scary and enthused by everything that is. In any case, your fear factor's problematic. Anyway, yeah, no, that's bad.
Oh,
So your boss, right?
right,
He gives you powers.
right, yes,
You still have those.
yes.
You're still under his employ. He just hasn't.
Fuck.
He's gone radio silent for one reason or another. I can't really tell you that, but you're still indebted to him.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
that tug
figured
on
it
your
out.
back.
And he like pulls on it a little harder, and you feel your back begin to like lurch a little bit.
Yeah, that is not a good sign. I'm not going to tug the other way because I don't want him to come here. There are problems
there-
if he comes here.
Is there any way that you can cut it?
Nope.
Oh, fuck.
These strings that I'm pulling on, from what I've ascertained, represent connections between everyone. You know, if I tug on this one, Violin comes forward. That's because you have a relationship with Violin. I'm currently weaving these strings with all four of you. You see?
And he grabs four of them, and he tugs all four of you. You lurch forward.
Oh my god, I love this.
Yeah. That's the physical manifestation of our energies are acclimating to each other. I say physical like they're there, but they're really not. But I can see them, but you can't. And I can interact with them, but you can't. It's your soul. Our souls link with energy, and that's what happens. I see that you have some connections. You have some cut ties,
He points at Amdar,
and you
and he points to Violin.
you have a very thick string.
Oh.
Ooh, we know who that side
Ooh.
to.
And I don't want to pull on it. Because if you're like him,
And he points to Luca.
I don't need that. Mm-mm.
I don't have a boss. If that's what you mean.
I think I know who it's tied to.
Oh, you don't have
Potentially.
wait. You don't have a boss, but you have
His
that thick of a
friend Ants.
string. You have someone you care about. Someone has a crush.
No.
I knew it. I knew that was who it was.
Someone has a... Oh, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That could be a number of things. You know, there was a couple actually that I met a couple months ago who needed a similar exorcism to as here. They had a pretty similar string. Anyway,
Oh.
Wait, can they see Ants' string?
Do we have an ant string? I have the biggest string of ants. Fuck all of you.
Oh,
I do.
you guys have a couple different strings here.
Needlemaster pulls on one of them. Ants, as you're walking through, getting onto Tanger's boat, you feel a bit of a
I just fall
tug.
off the side. I just fall off the side.
Yeah, Ants, you just fall off the side and get eaten by a shark. No, but you do feel a bit of a tug.
Weird.
Kind of look back. Anyway, yeah, he kind of just
Yep, that's very fun. Pulling on the different strings. I have very little, so I do have one now.
and he pulls on one, and you see Thread Speaker. Ah! That's the loudest you've heard her speak.
I love Thread Speaker.
And
Is there Thread Speaker art?
There is Thread Speaker art that I'll be posting in a moment.
I want to.
Oh
I
my
want to see it.
gosh.
I wanna see it.
I bet
And
she's
he-
so hot. I mean, what? Who said
What?
that?
And he is kind of just like,
Yep. Anyway, that's about that. No, you are. I wouldn't say in trouble, but Luca, you should, if you're keen on getting rid of that string, you get back to me when I can cut them, or you need to get a hold of that contract of yours. You signed a physical contract, right?
It was more so of vocal. It was quite weird,
Ooh.
actually.
That's kind of difficult. That is kind of difficult. You need a record of that.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
not
the
binding
other
if there
person.
isn't a record, and there's always a record for things like that. But whether or not you'll be able to get your hands on it is a different thing. Anyway, you.
He points to Amdar.
You're weird.
Yes.
All of this is weird.
Why am I weird? What? Why am I weird?
He pulls on a string he like goes in between you and robot Amdar. He pulls on a string, both of your heads go the same way. He pulls on another string, your right hand gets lifted up. He pulls on the left hand, Robo Amdar's hand moves, yours doesn't.
Well,
You see?
originally I was going to ask Cesarite about that, but I have the feeling you're the better person for those questions.
Cesarite. Is he here? Have you met him?
Oh no,
Are you friends with Cesarite?
acquaintances more of. He's the one who sent us down here.
Oh,
Well, not really, but
Cesarite knows about me? Whoa. Man, I like to meet him. He's such a good contemporary magician. I really find his writings inspiring. I have Thread Speaker pick up the odd volume. Fortunately, all mine are out of date, but you know.
just checking. Is he at all accurate?
In what?
His theories about all of this. I'm gesturing to the strings I cannot see.
Oh, kind of. I mean, he has the
Ah.
basic principles down, but he really just doesn't understand how all of it works. It's too weird for me to really explain it into words, so I couldn't really transcribe it if I wanted to. Also, does your friend want a new arm? I can give him a new arm.
Needle Master,
No.
he then brings down a bunch of different arms.
You would have to ask him yourself.
Oh, okay.
Trust
And he
me.
slaps Az in the
Trust
face.
me.
Wake up!
No.
And Az goes, huh? What?
Oh my god!
Oh,
Rushes
no.
over.
What?
Rushes over.
Where am I? What's going on?
Rushes over, hug.
Nealon?
Ah,
Amdar, where's where's Grandpa? Why
your
are we
grandpa's
here?
Alice
Where's Ants?
gone.
What? Did something happen?
Oh, no.
No,
Is he
he
okay?
went back to Rama. Vacation.
Oh,
That's
wait,
all.
we're not in Relnos?
Nope, you're not in Ronos.
Who the fuck is that?
Hi, I'm the Needle Master. I saved your life not a couple minutes ago.
He's a good
Luca,
person,
am I
Az. You
going
can trust him.
insane? Luca?
I'm lying to
Where's-
myself.
He's like looking around.
Oh, I love him so much. He's
I'm
gonna
gonna-
die.
We're gonna hug him. Everyone hug him. Group hug again.
I'm hugging
Group hug
him.
time.
Group hug. Group hug.
I'm gonna squeeze the life out of him. Pull him again.
No.
He kind of just looks around worried. So am I okay?
Oh, you're.
Yeah, you should be.
I think doing better.
Yeah, just don't touch that or go near that or remotely spend any time in or around that. Whoops. Thought that was on loop. Sorry, guys.
God damn it.
Anyway, yeah. You should be okay.
He kind of just looks
Should
around.
we?
Yeah, Amdar?
I was gonna say we should probably go back. We can explain everything to you there, as probably. It
Sure.
might be best.
Sounds like a great idea.
I'm really trying to avoid the Needle Master right now.
Stop. He's the one who saved
Okay.
Az, you bitch.
Yeah, we can do that.
Amdar,
Yes.
I'm going to tell you this once. Do not
Yes.
fuck around with your soul.
Oh, shit.
It's a little too late for that. But
Oh, it's
um,
never too late to start doing better.
I feel like I'm being scolded.
You are
You
being
are being
scolded.
scolded.
You are.
Listen,
Mm.
all of you except for these two have not made bad decisions.
Who's the second
these
one?
two?
He points to Esther and Violin.
Oh, yay!
Look,
Aw, man.
mine
looks
was
at
mostly an
Esther
accident.
and, like,
Mine was mostly an accident.
Yeah, that's what they all say.
come on.
What started that accident?
Me making a robot that would function to carry the soul,
So you wanted to be a lich.
in theory.
Liches are stupid. I can tell you this right now.
Oh man.
Every lich is stupid. Every lich in history dies. I have not found a
Needle-
single record of a living lich.
Needle, I assure one. That's because they're undead. Clearly. And
Ha
two,
ha!
trust me, I learned from my mistake.
I don't
Very
think you
heavily.
have.
Yeah, get a load of this idiot.
You went from puppeting around a metal puppet to puppeting around a meat puppet, okay? You're not doing any better than you were. It feels like it is, but you're not. Stop being stupid and
Okay, I
get your
won't.
shit
I
together,
won't mess
pal.
with my soul. I won't mess with my soul.
And I can tell if you're lying too. I put a threat on
I
you.
won't. Wait, what?
I can see into your soul right now. I know if you're lying.
Bro, I don't think I
Is
can
he
mess with my soul. Not gonna lie, I actually don't think I can.
No, I didn't actually do that. That'd be a violation of your privacy. No. But yeah.
Um.
If anything like this happens again, if there's ever some sort of problem that you need resolved, you know who to talk to. All right. But yeah. Go talk to Cesarite. Tell him I say hi. I don't
Of
think he should
course.
come see me though. Do not let him come see me. Tell him that he's not allowed to. I don't want the attention. This only works
shall.
because people can't find this.
And he gestures to the library behind him.
I kind of can't let this be found. At
Of course.
all. And
Surprised he didn't make us write contracts, but okay.
I'm not a fucking devil.
He knows he's schizophrenic. No.
Yeah, this knowledge here cannot be shared with the world. It cannot leave this room. It cannot leave these walls.
Alright.
Of course.
All right. I know if any of you worship Kian or Saiyan. Whatever. It's not important.
What? Who said that?
B, did you hear what Needle just said?
I have no idea what was just said.
So Needle is telling the party that Cesarite cannot come down here because he does not want the attention. This knowledge cannot be found by anyone. It cannot be shared with the world.
Oh,
You're really pulling my strings here, buddy. You're really tying my strings, okay?
Alright, shut the fuck up.
Ooh.
I'm a performer, and I know that was a bad joke.
Oh, my bad.
Anyway, yeah, no.
Tomato.
I can't let anybody find this. So I would appreciate it.
Wait. So that means this is really the library from the Tales.
Yeah.
I'm gonna like grab him by the shoulders. I'm shaking him tightly.
Ah!
This is the library of legend, of lost knowledge.
Yeah,
This is what you are telling me.
This is the lost library of Arcanus Iade.
Wait, would Viola know that?
You would have
And
heard
you're
tale
telling
of
me-
Arcanus Iade. It's
Viola is also running up to him and shaking him.
Would I know anything?
everyone here
And
with the exception
and
of
what
of maybe
you
Luca, would have heard legend of the Library of Arcanus Iode. It is
I'm gonna go up
it
and
is a
shake all
super
three of them.
it is a super ancient library that was thought lost to time, containing most of the world's knowledge. Cesarite has made multiple references to it in his work, saying that if this library is found, then the secrets of soul magic could be unraveled easily.
I'm gonna go up and shake all three of them
Ooh,
at once.
ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, everyone stop shaking me, please.
Okay, okay, okay.
Okay,
Maybe,
Luca, you
maybe
should
we should
join.
stop them. Maybe
yes, we should.
We should go back.
Yes, and not tell anyone about this, right?
I was about to say, do not.
Tell anyone about what?
This.
Nothing happened. Nothing happened here. What are you talking about?
What do you mean nothing happened? I literally just saved your friend.
I don't think
It's
so.
a-
I actually don't think. What friend?
What?
What
It's a
life saving?
Is he
rhetorical
not your
question,
friend?
Noodle Master.
Nothing happened here.
I saved his life. I told you about your fucking problem. I told him about his problems. I told everyone about their problems.
I'm gonna
Mr.
wait for him to
Needle,
get the joke. I'm gonna wait for him to get the joke.
Yes, Luca.
it is a joke.
Oh,
It is a rhetorical question. Do
oh.
not worry. We are not here to spread. Right, Esther?
Esther.
Esther's like staring at the Needle Master. She's staring really hard. Her hands have not left his shoulder. She has an iron grip.
Needlemaster is
Esther?
gonna put his
Just
hands
stand away
on
from me.
Esther's shoulders.
Please, for my
What do
safety,
you-
for Thread Speaker's safety, and for the safety of the world, do not tell anybody about this.
If I'm not allowed to tell anyone, you aren't allowed to tell anyone,
Esther's
Esther.
having a mental.
Esther, can you
Esther's
make a
having a
perception
mental
check for me?
crisis right now. Yes, I can. 1 second. That's gonna be a 14.
14. Excellent. You don't notice anything.
Flash of
Nice.
genius.
What?
I'm
What
joking.
does that
I
mean?
don't feel like we're not supposed to notice anything.
Anyway,
Hmm.
I
so
don't think you understand what you are asking me.
and I don't
Yes.
think you understand what would happen if you don't listen to me. Okay?
This is a library of lost knowledge from everything ever
Esther,
to exist.
Esther,
If the letters are correct, that is what this is.
Esther, he just saved one of our friends' life. We need to trust that it's in good hands. It was
I
only for
guarantee you
20
it is.
gold pieces.
No, I don't.
It's in very good strings.
I genuinely.
Shut
I
up.
All right, you know what,
believe
Amdar, get the fuck out.
you
That's the
all
last
know
straw.
that
I'm kidding.
you are. Get out, Amber. Kill yourself right now. Anyway, I don't believe you all understand what you are asking me.
Esther,
Well,
you do not
we're
think.
asking you. Please.
Esther, do you not think that I don't want to tell everybody? We can't.
You are not under obligation, Amdar.
God damn it. Okay, you know what? Esther, I'm sorry for for the headache you're gonna have next morning. And Needlemaster kind of tugs on a string that's very close to Esther's head. Esther, you pass out.
Oh my god.
Oh, and I'm gone.
I'm gonna catch
Okay.
Esther. I'm
Easy
gonna catch
solution.
Esther.
Easy solution. There we go. Thank you, Crowman. Thumbs up.
All right,
No,
give me 1 second here.
And he grabs his giant needle and he starts probing Esther's head and he casts magic that you actually can see.
All right.
Can I identify the spell? Possibly.
Are you casting Identify?
No, more of using Arcana to like see if I could notice
Roll
what
an
kind of spell
Arcana
it is.
check.
I'm figuring it's modify memory. I'm figuring, but Arcana is what I'm good at. 23.
Great. 23. Let me see. When you are unconscious. Da-da-da-da-da. Let's see here. Got you incapacitated. Incapacitated means can't take. Okay, whatever. Esther, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. Cha cha cha. At disadvantage.
Yes, sir. That is a 19.
At
Oh,
disadvantage.
okay.
Sorry.
Never mind. That is still a 19. I got a 20 the next roll. Like
Oh
a
my
dirty
god.
20.
Oh fuck.
All right.
Whoopsies. Um,
She has a lot of mental fortitude.
Just try again.
Yeah.
Do I need to eat her?
No, you don't need to eat her.
Luca,
Also, what?
what the fuck?
I'm not okay. He's gonna cast modify memory again. Esther, another wisdom saving throw at disadvantage.
Luca, you can't just eat people.
sir,
Yes,
yes,
I
sir.
can.
Okay, yeah, I think I definitely failed that. I got a 7.
Okay, good.
Great.
He begins probing Esther's mind with strings, tugging at them, and you see him grab a string and pull it out.
Okay.
He grabs a spool on his hip and he wraps it around it, puts the spool on. It seems that this glowing, almost translucent string physically manifests and is on his spool thing now.
Great. You can you guys can
I'll
leave
carry
now.
her back.
Good.
I'll carry her back. gonna
She
swing
shouldn't
on
remember
her.
anything. Again, I'm sorry for the headache, but I can't risk any of this getting
No.
found.
We fully understand. We're just gonna tell her that we found you. How much of her memory did you remove?
I removed everything I should have removed. Everything up until, well, she can't remember. She shouldn't remember interacting with me in any meaningful way.
Okay, I'm just gonna say she slipped and fell and bonked her head on a rock.
She
I'm gonna say
remembers
that
third
happened.
speaker. She remembers coming through the door, but she doesn't remember anything beyond the door.
I'll say she fell down the stairs then.
Okay, whatever works.
Grabs Esther and slugs her over my shoulder.
All right.
Oh my god, we have a living ass, guys.
I'm so excited.
Let's head
Okay.
back.
Thanks. Bye.
I'm gonna wave away from him.
Let me know if his condition gets worse and I can help you.
I certainly will. Actually, Crow, I have an idea. I'm gonna pull out the second sending stone I have, and I'm gonna toss him half of it.
He grabs it.
What's this for?
Sending stone. If I ever have to contact you, I certainly will.
He kind of pulls on a string, and you hear out of the other end of the sending stone a thrum, thrum.
He's like, oh, okay, bye.
I knew these had I knew these would be useful.
And he pockets it, and you guys leave. Thread speaker shows
Oh my
you all
god,
out.
guys, I have a pen pal.
Thread speaker
The
shows you
guy
all
who
out.
doesn't like Needle Master.
And she kind of just bows her head. Thank you for being respectful of my master's wishes.
No, it's perfectly fine. I think we understand the um complications of it all.
Of course. It seems to be very late. I don't want to keep you from any sleeping arrangements you have. Just make sure you're all safe.
Of course.
And
And Have a very good night, Thread Speaker.
Good. Make sure you're not seen leaving here as well. Again, we don't want to attract any attention.
Guys, Thread Speaker, I don't want anything bad to happen to Thread Speaker all of a sudden. She's very sweet.
I love Third Speaker.
God.
She's so, oh my god, I love the both of them so much as
I
like,
didn't send
characters.
her
They're
art, I
so
just
well written.
realized.
I have like they're literally polar opposites in its peak.
So, yeah.
We heading back, guys?
Yes.
Yay.
Mm.
Oh. Oh, she's missing an arm.
She is not missing an arm. She has both of her arms.
Oh, it's behind her back.
Behind her back.
It's behind her back. Okay.
Oh,
I was
she's
about
a
to say it's behind
cutie
her back.
patootie.
Thread Speaker.
Oh my god, he's short.
Speaker. She's so tall.
Oh, I love them. Oh my god, I love them.
What a cutie patootie.
God,
Okay,
I gotta become a best friend of the Needle Master now.
I thought you
We
hated me.
do not.
Oh, sorry.
No, I
Realize
hate,
I'm not here.
I
Oh.
hated. What I hated was like the oh god it no because the things he did with the strings I was like I feel like that would have like made Amdar like remember what the past few years have been like a little bit. Ugh. I don't like that.
Hey Crow, I'm gonna DM something to you.
Mm-hmm. Go for it. But yeah, are you all making your way back to the castle?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I
You
don't think
all.
Esther has much of a choice, buddy.
Uh, Esther really doesn't. She is been
Yeah, I'm
knocked
dragging you
unconscious.
along, buddy.
And
You all make it
nobody
back.
said a thing.
You all make it back. Um, Sal and Cesarite are waiting for you. Az has been like in his normal Rolnos clothes the whole time. He is shivering cold.
I'm gonna give him my top layer. I'm gonna give him my top layer to because like I got like a coat on and then I got like normal traveler clothes under that.
Yeah.
Give him my coat. Give him my coat.
He's like, thanks, Amdar.
You need it much more than me right now, I feel.
As you all manage to make it back, you go
As?
see the Goliath, you see the two dwarves, and you see Cesarite and Sal in his room. He is, yes, this one.
Which
I see him.
him?
What? Sal says, what? And Az says, Grandpa? And Sal runs over and hugs him.
Oh,
Crying. I'm crying.
Oh, as I thought. Oh, as I thought the worst would happen to you. Yes, I don't know what happened exactly, but I guess I owe my lives to them again. Cesarite, so I take it your trip was successful?
Yes.
very.
Ludo says hi.
You met the exorcist then?
Yes.
And you saw the library?
He says hi.
He says hi! Oh, he knows me! Oh, that's so nice. Tell me at once where you went.
Oh, just a local parlor.
Really?
It was just it took a while to locate him, but there was some weird locating, honestly. It was mostly due to Velan and Lucas being familiar with the area, but we eventually located him with some rumors and such.
Yes, and where specifically did you find him? You said a
Oh,
parlor of some kind?
I don't think I kept track of where exactly. My bad.
I
No,
think
no, I'm not
Violin,
really
did you
sure.
perchance catch?
It was kind of foggy.
Oh, really?
sounds right. I think the general area would be he's gonna like Amdar's gonna like rub his temples a little bit. The bottom left, like, quarter of the stone
By the
district.
guard stations, yes. Ah, I suppose that would be a keen place to hide oneself. I'll search for the parlors then. I, as is made a full recovery then, I assume.
Yeah. Well, the man said that it would take a while to fully recover, but he's on his way.
But, but he seems fine. Why is that? What did he do to the boy?
Um,
Please tell me. I want every little detail.
can we just recount all of it in a
Well,
Don't tell him about.
cinematic method? In like a cinematic method?
Tell him it was all magic and not
Yes.
strings or needles.
Oh, I'm
Yes.
just gonna be like, so, well, you said it yourself. All it required was a very simple disenchantment thing. Um,
Really?
it it dispelled the remains of Hellkeck that were clinging on to him.
I see. Wonderful. That's interesting.
And
How did that disenchantment manifest itself specifically? Do you remember?
so from
Was that aspect of it shown to you?
me and Luca personally watched, and well, we couldn't see very much of what he was actually doing. We did notice that the form of Hellkeck coming away from him took the form of parasitic black tendrils
Yes.
of some
And
sort.
and what of the mask?
We left that with him.
Really?
I had a very bad plan with that, so he kind of took it from us.
I see. Um, Unfortunate, truly. Would have loved to research that more, but it's
Well, we did
neither
manage.
here nor there.
We
What
did.
happened to Esther? It seems
Oh, well,
she has been
we were finding her.
incapacitated.
While we were while we were looking for him, she happened to trip down some stairs and knocked herself out.
Oh dear goodness, is she all right?
Um,
Yeah, she'll be
Of
fine.
course.
yes, we checked up on her. She'll probably have a headache in the morning. You see, if we convince those two that's what happened, Esther will have to believe it.
Okay.
It's true.
Wonderful. Then I suppose it's all squared away. It's a bit unfortunate that you don't remember specifically where you were, but with that direction, I believe I'll have a search underway. You said
Yes,
that
we
they
were.
said hi. They know of my work.
Oh, Cesarite, you're famous. Who doesn't?
Did you, perchance, ask how accurate my theories were?
I in fact did. So he
And
said in the way it's kind of you're very on point with like the basics of it, but it's in the sense that since you can't see it, you can't really explain it.
so you saw it, or they saw
Um,
it?
they saw it. It's kind of like they couldn't explain it, but since we can't see it, we can't exactly pinpoint it, if that makes sense.
I see.
It's like me trying to explain artificing to a random commoner.
That would be difficult. Yes.
But you are right in the basics of it, which is
Good.
an amazing discovery.
Excellent. If only I could see its form. I'll have to then start researching some type of divination magic. I'm sure that would provide me some sort of, shall we say, ability to formulate what this could be. I haven't even the faintest clue where to start, but that's the good thing about learning,
Um,
isn't it?
well, to help you just slightly, he did say it took the form of strings.
Strings? Oh, this is marvelous, simply marvelous. I thought it did. There have been multiple references of a weave. Yes, you see, when magic
Guys,
was created.
who's the better?
Sorry?
Sorry, I was about to say, guys. Sorry, my bad. I was about to say, who's the better artist? Cesarite or the Needle Master?
So, what's interesting is that there are multiple texts that speak in reference to a concept of magic known as the weave, a permeating, ever flowing tapestry that creates the energy in the world. And these strings connect everything and anything that could possibly be related to one another. The energies of the soul and the universe connecting everything all together. I wish I had more text about it. Unfortunately, most of it is in, I believe, ancient Draconic, and I've not had a single way to decode that as of late. But I think that yes, I think that I'll be able to find out something else, especially if after I get into contact with this individual.
Um, of course. Let me just
In
moment, I gotta pick
any case, is there anything else that you should relay to me?
Not that I can think of.
Oh, very good then. I'll I had already asked the king if you could be housed here for the night, and he so graciously said yes. So um me and Sal can show you to your rooms, and everything will be dandy.
Oh, how wonderful.
My bad, folks. I'm back.
It is quite all right. Now, I bid you all a good night. May
Um,
yes.
I actually would like to talk to you in private and preferably soon.
Of
If
course.
I
Don't
could
you
do,
dare.
if I could stay just slightly longer, I have questions.
Of course, Amdar. You by all means consider me an open book. One of many, as it would seem. Cesarite looks around. The entire room is covered in open books and charts. So, um,
Hmm.
yeah.
I did in fact mean the in private part a little bit. So
Um, Cesarite and Sal lead everyone else to their rooms. You all get cozied up for the night. You truly are living like royalty in this moment. Um, Cesarite sort of sits down with you, Amdar, and says, "What seems to be the matter?"
it's just a specific something while we were um with him. He mentioned that I am very odd in the sense of all of this stuff. In particular, I'm going to raise my right hand.
Yes.
Wait, did I say right or did I say left?
You
The
said right.
left is the possessed one. The left is the possessed one.
Yes.
My bad. I'm going to lift. You thought I was going to ask about the mask, didn't you? Didn't you, Xavier? You thought I was going to ask about the mask. I dropped that idea. Crow, that was Crow's DM way of telling me I would die and probably kill everyone else as well.
No, I thought you were gonna tell him about the fucking location.
No. I keep my promises. I
Okay.
don't try and break my deals. Um, so, well, it's multiple instances of things have been happening ever since I put this ring on, and I'm gonna gesture with the ring on my left hand.
Yes. That seems to be
Um,
of magical origin.
well, he said that the ring, and I've known this for a while, but I didn't exactly want to bring it up to the others. It
Mhm.
is someone else,
Oh,
I think.
somebody's soul is in that ring, or the ring is itself a being, like some kind of mimic.
Not a mimic, more of a possession type thing.
Oh, a
When I
spirit
first
of
put
some
on this
kind.
ring, my hands were warped to a different form, and the first thing that reminded me of was when Az was warped by Hellkek's soul.
Oh yes, has had undergone some kind of gruesome transformation. Sal
Yes,
had
and
described
for,
a little
for a
bit
very
of
temporary
yes.
for a very temporary time, my hands had also been warped in a very similar manner, I feel.
How
I
specifically?
worry, um, white fur, I believe, was it?
Fur,
Claws. My
claws.
fingers were slightly elongated, I believe.
Hmm.
Um,
Interesting.
and I am very worried about because there have been multiple instances over the last week or two, week and a half, where
Mhm.
it's moved on its own, and I do not feel necessarily. I feel as if I am at risk.
Yes, I can understand that worry. Here,
You yourself are a powerful mage, so my question to you, is there any sort of magic that you can do to check this at all?
I can see what I can do here. My first idea is to test something. Let's see, where did I? Oh, yes. He grabs a pincushion and he grabs a push pin. He pricks his finger, puts the pin back. He kind of like squeezes his finger so a bit of blood comes out. If you'll allow me your left hand,
I'm gonna extend the left hand.
wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw, I figured. Okay. And this guys is in fact why I did save that second to last flash of genius. Okay. So we're still gonna flash of genius this, even though that is a 20 with my +1 to wisdom. We're still gonna flash of genius that because I still don't feel safe. I still
Okay.
don't feel safe. Um, yeah, we're gonna flash of genius that. Still don't feel safe with
Which
this.
totals out to
And there you go. 25.
25. You feel your left hand almost hesitant to move forward, but you manage to get it to move. And
Bro,
Cesarite,
bro,
yeah,
I have the urge. Actually, I want Amdar to think that I feel like this thing probably can read my thoughts. I want to mentally tell it that I will still abide by our deal.
okay,
I gave it a deal, and I will abide by it.
okay.
Just
He
calm down.
begins to, you feel your left hand kind of release a little bit,
Thank you.
and he begins to drip blood from his finger onto the left hand. And as it hits, it stays for a second, and just as it's about to fall off, it gets absorbed into the hand. That
This
is
very
very
um
worrying.
um this very something very similar happened earlier today. I was
Yes.
splattered with a creature's blood, and when I wiped it off, it disappeared. Well, when it came into contact with my skin, it did.
Wait, which part
More
of your skin?
left half off. I do believe.
Yeah, where specifically?
I Crow, you just said half my body got covered.
It was
You weren't
on.
very
It was on
specific.
the. It was on the left half of your face.
Okay, yeah, left half of my face.
That is very not good. And he goes up and he flips blood onto your left cheek, and it absorbs. Amdar, you hear in the back of your mind.
Remember,
"Uh,
we made a deal.
We did. Cesarite is that's worrying. That is entirely too worrying. Amdar, I
Well,
suggest you seek some kind of religious counsel immediately.
um, well, okay, Crow. I need a lore question for you.
Yes.
What happens when you purposefully break a deal?
When you purposefully break a deal,
Like if I go and break a deal I made on purpose, what happens to me?
um I mean, technically it depends on the circumstances with which that deal was made. Depends on who was
Um,
present, it depends on whose names were invoked, it depends on the acting bodies and parties
so
represented therein.
so it was my name. My name was invoked,
Yes.
and the circumstances were I was literally dead.
That's not going to matter much.
I figured, but
Not in one of the courts that matters.
Okay. It's all I remember honestly from that moment.
In any
Um,
case, what can happen to you is that if you enter some kind of court and you are found, actually, you wouldn't know this at all. So,
okay.
yeah,
That's
Cesarite
fair.
just says, you need to find some religious council immediately. This is very not
Um,
good.
I will be off then with this knowledge now. Says
Yes,
right. Thank you.
I would avoid letting that side of your body come into contact with blood again.
Well, I will say, knowing where I am in the battlefield, that's going to be very hard for me.
Well, I hope that you'll try your best.
I'll certainly try. Um,
Every drop of blood that you taste or it tastes is not going to help your case, your condition. Okay?
okay. I'm gonna stand up. Thank you, says right. I will be on my way.
Of
And
course.
as I'm going to my room, I'm gonna tell this fucker in my head, we need to define what helping you means.
We'll define it tonight.
Hey, I'm staying up all night. We're gonna be talking all night, Crow. We're gonna be talking all night.
Absolutely. Speaking of night, Luca, you're having a good night's rest.
Oh man.
Silas.
And as you get comfortable in your bed, you feel a very similar energy, a very familiar energy. You feel a presence that is entirely too terrifying to not show your respect. Been a while, hasn't it? You hear.
Indeed it has.
You.
Me.
You.
Me.
Luca Hawthorne. I hope you've enjoyed your extended leave from my services.
I quite have.
Oh, I'm sure. Not being forced to do my bidding, I'm sure it's been therapeutic, hasn't it? I'm sure it's felt liberating, hasn't it?
Luke, are you here?
Hey, yes, sorry. Oh,
God.
sorry.
You're okay.
I don't know what the fuck happened. My Wi-Fi is really bad. Please say that again. I apologize.
Yeah, no, he just said, Silas just said, I'm sure it's felt very liberating, hasn't it?
Yes, yes, it has.
Well, unfortunately, your little fun in the sun is over. You must get back to work.
How exactly am I supposed to do that when I'm helping out people?
Well, I don't know. Conflicting schedules, all this time on your hands, it's very hard for you to manage it all.
You're right, you're helping people, you're making a difference in the world. But you forget, in order to help out others, you first need to help yourself.
He snaps his fingers and puts a claw on your shoulder, and as he does, you feel a sharp stinging pain course from his fingers into your shoulder and form a pit in your stomach, Luca. This horrible hunger that you feel. You feel as though your chest is a complete void, and you begin salivating for something, for anything. You've let yourself go hungry in this noble effort to help people. That's not the Luca I remember, is it? Are you hungry, Luca?
Yes.
Do you feel that hunger, Luca?
Why? What the fuck are you doing to me, you goddamn
I'm not doing
imbecile?
anything. It's your body naturally reacting to the
This is not
sustenance it
my body.
needs. Tell that to Amdar. That's not his body. This is yours. And unlike him, you only have one chance to save it. Just like how you only have one chance to save dear Mummy. So if you don't satiate that hunger, you will starve. And you know what happens to creatures that starve. What happens to creatures that starve, Luca? He's crouching down at your eye level. Well,
You sick fucking bastard. When I get my hands on you, I swear to God, the day that I kill you is the day that I will be set free.
oh, you're lucky I didn't give you a strict contract. Such foul language would never be allowed. No, you won't. And you see Silas's voice almost cuts out. He's still talking and he's still looking at you and he's like giving this monologue, but you cannot hear him. And eventually he notices that you're not reacting and he starts to mouth, "Hello? Luca. Luca, hear me. Hear me, you insolent." And then he's gone.
That's odd.
You feel another presence.
You want your hands on his contract.
Fuck. Yes.
I know you want your hands on that.
I know it's something you desire.
I know it's something you want.
So, I can give it to you.
And how exactly are you going to do that? Are you going to play around with me like I'm some fucking toy?
I don't have use for toys. I have use for people. Yes, people, strong people, smart people, willful people. People like you. Silas is an ant. An ant, yes, an ant. To me. Can you? Can you fight him? Really, really, really.
Possibly.
No, no, no. You need us, me. Need us, me, my. You need your contract. Yes, contract. How do you get it? Get it. Trade secret. He would say. But
What are you?
Luca, you feel a hand grab your face, and as it pulls you forward into the darkness, you see an almost alien face.
you're lucky. Break.
And you wake up. You're alone in your room, Luca. It's the middle of the
Am I
night.
am I still hungry?
No, there's a present at the foot of your bed.
Bro, I think I'd save
I'm
half
aware.
the ghost. Yeah.
Esther, as
Esther.
are you here?
He.
That's a good question.
He.
I'm
He.
assuming not. Violin,
Yes.
you go to bed almost excited. I mean, what you saw today was horrifying, definitely,
Yes.
but
True.
fascinating nonetheless.
Also true.
It's almost hard to go to bed because your mind is just racing. I mean, what did you think about the Needlemaster? What did you think about Thread Speaker and what they did to Az and all of that? What are your thoughts about that? What's going through
I
Veland's
mean,
mind?
in Veland's mind, it's trying to grapple, like, thank God that this rando that we found knew what to do, like, immediately. But, like, how does he know how does he know? And how does Cesarate know, but he doesn't know all the details? And why can't he know the details? And what does that mean that we know? Like, are we bound to him by strings?
What?
And then also trying to, like, thinking about the fact that there was a thick string, but trying not to think about it, but accidentally thinking about it and pushing it away.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's like tossing and turning.
Yeah, it's kind of a rough night for you. But
But Az is better.
that's good. But does something as perfect as the Needlemaster's help really come for such a low price as
That's
20
what
gold
I'm
pieces?
saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, I Vila feels as though she is indebted to him, even though she didn't like say it. Like,
Yeah,
because she has a connection with Az personally,
yeah.
so she feels like it is personal to her.
Yeah. All this to say, whatever happens with this group, it'll be very interesting, at least, to see how all of this unfolds.
Hmm?
Or, conversely, unravels.
Break strings.
Like, time to see how the strings are tied together.
Velan, you're having a slumber,
Oh, good.
and in your dream, you see the figure of a woman.
Oh, a woman.
She has blonde
Okay.
hair and a very sweet smile.
Okay,
And
but I don't know her.
you don't
I don't
recognize
recognize
her at
her.
all.
Oh, okay.
She's sitting in a field of flowers.
Okay.
Are you going to do anything?
Oh, can I approach her?
Absolutely, you can.
Where's everyone going?
It's all right. I have the 2 people
You're
that I need to.
dying. Hee hee.
Hee hee.
Okay. Yes, I'm approaching her.
Great. You approach her. She's just kind of sitting down in this field. Slight wind carries the scent of flowers, and she's sort of overlooking a deep, like a hill, you know?
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
And at the bottom of this hill, you see someone you recognize.
Oh my god.
You see Tyrannel.
Oh my god.
He's fighting something, some undead.
No. No.
And you see that on the horizon there are hordes more coming. Tyrannel doesn't notice them.
Leland will like try to call out to him and like is running.
Yeah, you run past the lady and you start calling out. But as you do, you notice that you don't make any tangible progress down the hill.
No.
And when you stop running, you're right where you started, next to this lady.
Oh my god. What is can I like
She sighs and she looks at you. It hurts to see him fight like that. You know?
how you and she's gonna like slump to her knees next to her.
Mm-hmm. Especially when he won't let you go down the hill.
But he could die.
I know. And
I can help him.
I know that. She looks at you. I can't help him. But you can. But you need to let you need to make him realize that. He's kind of stupid.
Oh. I see what's happening.
And he doesn't
Can
know.
I?
You were gonna say?
Never mind. You go.
No, I
No. I
no,
changed my mind.
I don't have anything else I was gonna say.
I can I know your name? Do you have a name? Are you a figment of my imagination?
I have a name. And I'm not a figment of your imagination, but I will I don't know my name,
Oh,
but I
I'm
do know.
sorry.
No, it's okay. I do know that he is going to kill himself if
What?
you don't help him understand that he's killing himself.
Valen is like holding her hands like over her heart, like gripping her clothing. And as she's watching him like swing after swing.
Yep. As you're watching him, you can see that his movements are getting sloppy. He's
No!
getting tired, and that horde over the hill is coming further. And just as they're about to fully encircle him, you wake up.
No!
What
I
Velan
was
Lord did I
gonna
just miss?
I was gonna ask how to get to him.
What Velan Lord did I just miss?
Um,
I'm so
It's a
upset
crazy
right
world up,
now.
dude.
Esther, are
This is
you available?
What?
Are you available?
It's your turn.
It's
Yes,
your
I am.
turn. Esther, as
God
you
damn it.
sort
It's
of
not.
sleep, there are gaps. There are holes. Something has been taken from you. You recognize this. As a
Again.
wizard, you're very in tune with your memory. You're very in tune with your knowledge, and you know something's been removed. There's a feeling, a nagging feeling that something is up, but you can't recall what. You remember seeing a weird figure following her down a set of stairs, and as she opens the door, she um and Amdar, he well no, did he go through the or did wait, did you see her open the door? And Velan was there. Yeah.
I think I saw her open the door, yeah.
You maybe. Um
Oh, wait. I just realized what you're doing. Sorry.
it's it's okay. It's hard to tell. It's all blank. It's sort of, you know, disheartening, the gaps in your memory and what you cannot know. This knowledge that was yours but is now lost. Um, you are unconscious. You heard vague things of what Amdar told Cesarite. You know, strings. You remember strings, kind of, a little bit. Strings are probably important, you think. Um, you remember what? Um, uh, the the carnival. Yes, the carnival. You remember that. But anything else as you try to dream about what is here, you cannot remember.
I sure do wonder why, Needle Master.
Oh, I don't know. Beats me.
In any case,
It's me, and then Needle Master.
as members of our party, oh, never mind. There's one more person I haven't had a discussion with yet. Amdar, you know what you're doing. Amdar? Des?
Amdar.
Hello?
You.
Pally Pal?
Hello.
Mr. Royner?
Queerbo.
Um, did you sacrifice your internet for B? Noble, but
I think you did.
I mean, dang it, now I can't do Amdar stuff. That's fine.
Oh, man. No.
As everyone has a restless night. You all saved as you all met Cesarite, and you all have gotten tied to something a little more than you bargained for. The Needle Master sort of thinks about the strings that are now newly attached to him, kind of tugging on him a little bit. And as everyone has their unique dreams and as everyone waits for a new dawn, that is where I'm ending session.
That was
Boy.
one of the best sessions ever.
Yippee!
Period. Like, bro.
I'm
so
glad.
glad that got mentioned. I was missing him.
Oh, I'm excited for the arc.
Oh my god.
Hi.
Oh, there he
My
is. There's Mr. Warner.
You
bad, what I
good?
missed.
Are you good, Des?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I just had to run along. My bad.
Oh, okay.
Just kidding. I had to get
Well, we ended session.
figured.
I
Was I needed?
I mean, I was kind of waiting to do a little thing with you, but we can have a mini-sode at some point. We'll
I
have
was
to
honestly just gonna like I was
we'll
honestly
have to
gonna like
talk.
kinda ask you what we talked about at that night.
Well, we were gonna role play that,
That's fair actually.
but
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
we're gonna have to at some point.
Eventually.
Eventually.
But ooh,
But yeah,
private crap. You oh,
for now,
okay.
we are good.
That was a great session. Good job.
Thank
Good
you,
job.
thank you.
It was wonderful.
I don't was I supposed to interrupt that meeting like that?
I'm not going to say.
Okay, I think we were supposed to.
I mean, technically, you
You
guys
know,
aren't
anything you
supposed to
want
do
to
anything.
do.
Guys, the king likes me.
I already hate you. You'll never know.
Hey, he thought I was he thought I was smart. He thought I was smart. Crow, did you think I was gonna direct the king directly when I did that?
I honestly, I didn't know what I was expecting. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention the king of Vimdural. Where is his art? I have to go post that.
Also,
Yes. I'm pretty sure I
Yes.
already know what he looks like, if I remember correctly.
okay. Also, Crow, I think I got my motivation on. I think I have Amdar's motivation on why he wants to become a better physical
Yes.
fighter.
I did remember.
Oh, so that's him. He looks so evil.
He's not evil. You think everyone
Looks
is
good.
evil. You judge a book
Right.
by its cover.
You thought
Oh no,
Cesarite
I
was
said he
evil.
looks it.
You thought Core was
Yeah.
evil.
So basically, guys, because my first impression is this guy is probably he looks evil. He's not evil. See?
See, but then Crow's gonna use that against
But
you.
don't trust
one day.
that. Don't trust that.
See, guys, eventually I'm going to be right. Else, all Crow's villains are too predictable. Okay?
What?
Because here's the thing: if I'm always wrong, that means it's always the other option, which means I'm technically always right
That's not how that works.
because I predict his villain
That's not.
in an opposite backhanded way. But yeah, Crow,
That's not how that
you
works.
said you said Crow that the thing that he feeds upon is blood. I think my motivation for trying to become a better physical fighter is to just not get hit by the blood. I think that's it.
Hmm. Okay.
There's also some other stuff. There's also some other stuff that's gonna fit into it, but that is a good reason. That's like partially a good reason. So there's gonna be other stuff.
Okay.
Oh wait, Do I even have to worry
There
about
was
blood
so much
splatter?
lore dumping in this session. I loved it.
Dude, this is my favorite session.
It was
I
really good.
literally, I cried twice.
You cried twice?
I cried. I cried when ants, and I cried when I realized after a month, after a year and like a quarter, we finally fixed Az.
Yeah.
It's been almost a year and a half.
You guys are in technically for everyone new territory. Because you hadn't joined the campaign at this point, babe.
Yeah, I know.
And also, I just realized I need to stop the recording.